Good morning, friends, followers, and channel members. Here we are back in the Airbus A310, and we've got a really good stream for you today. We've got a long, I can't call it a long haul flight, but certainly from a streaming point of view, it's a long stream. We've got a flight time today of 3 hours, so we're going to be with you for most of the morning, going into early afternoon as well. Hopefully, all to be finished by the time the football kicks off. So, hope you are all very well. Happy Thursday. We're on the 1st of December then. That's it, officially. Christmas has started. I am resisting the Christmas tunes on the stream though for the time being. You'll be pleased to know. Maybe a little bit later on into the month, perhaps when we do our Santa Claus flights later on. Looking forward to that as well. We'll get a day nailed for that, so you can pop it in the diary and come join us, because that's the day we normally have loads of giveaways and a good old fun time visiting somewhere up north in the Arctic Circle. So welcome on board, everybody. Good to see you guys hopping on. Hey, Mark. We've got Mark Burgess and just Mark. And JD Mackham, good morning to you as well. He's happy because he finally gets to catch a stream from the start. Great stuff. Meet off on Twitch, good morning. Jez Petro, takeoff time is scheduled for 10:30 a.m. Well, actually, that's pushback time, not takeoff time. So that's our off the blocks time. We'll see if we manage to beat that today. Oh, Mark, don't sing, mate. You know, unless you're in the shower. David Butler, good morning. Nick's here as well. Good morning, Nick. Hey, Laurie. Hey, Simon. Aviator Mo is here as well. And Andy Finley celebrating 8 months of channel membership. Thank you so much, Andy, for your support over the last 8 months. That really means a lot to me. And he says he's also got the TCA officer pack ordered. Andy, you're never going to want to fly anything other than Airbus now. Having said that, here we are flying an Airbus, and this should technically have a yoke, but there you are. Hitman NL on Twitch, good morning to you as well. Portal from York and Florian as well. Hola to you. Right, well, we should get on board. YouTube members, of course, or rather YouTube viewers, the operational flight plan is, of course, pinned into the chat as per usual. Let's get on board our Airbus A310, see if we can get a setup and moving. So, of course, it is technically the middle of the afternoon here in Tehran, so middle of the day. Our aircraft is in a turnaround state. We're not on APU power, we're on GPU power, so the GPU power is there. Let's just check for basically the flows that I do here are very similar to what I do in the A320. So we've got the ground power on for the flight recorder. Everything is aligned with regards to the ideas. I just need to confirm that in the box. Seatbelt signs are off. We're going to get some refueling done. No smoking is auto. Nav lights are on. We've got all these turned on as well in a little bit. We can put the galley power on, and they can begin getting things ready. Although I don't actually think the cabin crew are on board yet. We'll get the APU sorted in a little while as well. Leave all the pumps off again just whilst we refuel, and APU bleed obviously currently off, and the APU's off. Emergency lights are armed. I think we are pretty much good on the overhead. Other things as well, so just coming down we can see that the spoilers are retracted. Thrust levers, I just need to check the thrust levers actually, making sure that these are working. Yep, thank you. Just checking that they were working properly, because of course they are assigned to different axes in the Fenix. They are here in the A310, so that's fine. They're all working. Flaps are fine. Parking brake is set. So landing gear down. Yeah, very important. And we're all done. Nice. Well, let's have a look at our operational flight plan. I don't think you bring the operational flight plan in on the tablet yet. That's not there yet. Martin, will we fly in VATSIM? We are. This is my first flight in the A310 on VATSIM, so fingers crossed, all hopefully will be okay. So there's our departure, there's our arrival. Looking forward to this flight, and we can probably get that APU started, then we can start getting things loaded as well, can't we? Ground power unit is of course connected. Go on then, let's get that APU fired up. So we want the APU master to on, just let the low pressure light disappear, and then we'll start The APU. Hey Barry asks what scenery we're using for Istanbul. So the freeware scene on FlightSim.to looks absolutely amazing. So we've got that one loaded into today. Blue Collar, does FSLTL work for me? Yeah, it does. Yes, absolutely does. But if you use the in-game ATC, no, I guess it might not. I'll be honest, I don't really know Blue Collar because I don't use the in-game ATC. So can't really confirm for you if that is the case or not. Right, APU is firing up. Whilst we let that fire up, let's have a look at the operational flight plan and go through. I don't think we can get the operational flight plan on the tablet just yet, so we'll have to go old school and do it this way. So we've got a payload then of just over 24 tons. These numbers look huge compared to the 320. Takeoff weight is planned to be 122 tons. We've got max takeoff weight, max landing weight is 124 tons. So technically we're taking off with below max takeoff weight, which is good. We're looking at a cruise flight level today of 280. That's not true. That's the initial climb flight level, and then we're going to fly level 36. We've got a headwind slowing us down. That's not unexpected. Shear rate doesn't look too bad. There's our flight route, 1,173 miles. Let's have a look at the plug fuel. So plug fuel is just over 19 tons. Fuel for our alternate is just under 4 tons today. What we've got an underload of just below 10 tons, so we can throw some extra fuel on if we need. Strange part of the world for me, this, not too familiar with it, so I'm going to check out the more as we go down, so we can see decompression's around half an hour into the flight. There is some terrain we need to be aware of, so that's like half an hour for. Oh, actually, this is quite high, more for. Oh, wow. Okay, we're going to have to keep our wits about us just in case someone pops a hole in the aircraft. Just because for an hour and 15 minutes the terrain beneath us is above 10,000 feet, so that's quite interesting. Never flown that long with the terrain beneath us. It should be alright. We'll have a look. It's something to discuss when we're en route about an escape route if something like that did happen. Yeah. Mark Oxley, the flight plan we're using is EasyJets. Yeah, that looks fine. After that, what we've got weather at the moment then, here we've got visibility 4,000 and clouds are, yeah, non-sequential. Istanbul's currently got quite a low ceiling of 400 feet and good visibility. That's still going to be Cat 1. We'll keep an eye on that. It's a long flight, so things will of course change. OrbXL on or OrbSelects on Twitch. Thank you so much for the follow. And to Heisenberger as well on Twitch. Good morning to you. Yeah, so all those alternate airports, weather looks fine. They're usable for alternate. Let's have a look what's actually happening then. Istanbul right now, we've got showers of rain, broken 400 feet. Let's have a no significant changes. So what's going to happen for the rest of the day? Wind 060 at 18 knots. So quite a strong wind, 18 knots. Yeah, you can potentially feel that. Of course, we're in a much heavier aircraft as well compared to the 320, so perhaps not feel it quite as much. But that broken cloud at 400 feet, we'll keep an eye, because that's obviously quite low. We'll have to go through the. We've got plenty of time to go through the charts, see when the LVPs come into force. Probably not that low. So I'm still thinking it's going to be a manual landing today. Dalaman alternate looks alright as well. Potentially we'll get tempo of thunderstorms and rain. They hope they clear off by the time we get there. But that's going to be fine as well. Thunderstorms and rain Bodrum as well. Oh, it's just thunderstorms and rain. This one, we've also got some gusty winds, so we'll try and avoid wherever on earth that is. Adnan Mendez. Yeah, we shouldn't really have a problem getting into our main arrival airport at Istanbul, though, to be honest. So let's have a look at what we've got with regards to the NOTAMs. Taxiway Fox between Alpha and the apron's closed. That's not going to affect us today with our taxi routing. Yeah, so that's makes no difference to us. Oh, the NOTAMs for Istanbul. I'm going to read them in cruise. Flipping huge. And probably none of them actually make any difference to us today. Right, there's our flight route. And yeah, there you can see, so there, well, jet stream down there, that's going to be the cause of that headwind. Weather en route actually looks alright, doesn't it? So, extra... Oh, God, look at the terrain. There you go. That's why the moor is so high. Let's check out what fuel we're going to take then. So, being unfamiliar with the route, the airport, and basically a whole host of things with this aircraft. Unfamiliar with the aircraft, yeah, that's a big one. Let's pop in some extra fuel. We're underloaded, so we've got loads of loads of space to throw in extra fuel. Let's take... Well, let's see. 10 minutes is about 700. Yeah, 10 minutes is about 700 tons. So 700 kilograms. Sorry, 700 tons of fuel time. So if we take yeah, let's take half an hour extra. So let's take an extra 2,100 tons. We'll add that to plug, which is obviously, as you can see there, 19,051. Let's take 21.1 tons of fuel. Now that will work for us. Right, let's get rid of the operational flight plan. APU's up and running. We'll get the bleed air on, and we'll start getting passengers on board. Good morning to everyone. If you are just joining us, we're in the early setup then of our flight today. What we've got on here, APU fuel is low. APU fuel, yeah, we're going to start throwing fuel on anyway in a moment. Which is done where? Here, isn't it? Right. So, fuel. We can actually type this in now as well, can't we? Which is following the update. So we're going to type in, we're going to have 21.1 tons, we'll confirm that. And then our payload overall is a 24.15. So let's throw some cargo in to begin with. Now let's throw the passengers on, see how close we can get. It'll be great if they actually just manage to somehow sync this up from SimBrief. Let's go 188 passengers. Just try and lower that down a little bit. How's that work out? Oh no, let's get rid of one more. I feel like I'm deloading passengers. I'm not. They're not on there yet. Let's get rid of two more. What's that take it down to? That's pretty much spot on. That is just 30 kilograms extra compared to what we've got on our operational flight plans. So I'm going to apply that, and that's done. I think that's refueling done. Let's get GSX to start our boarding process, shall we?
Boarding requested.
Has that cleared the APU fuel low pressure? Oh, it's not. So APU is available. Let's get the APU bleed on. Fuel tank pumps on normal. Ah, alright, well. You can refuel, or at least you can with the 320, you can refuel with the fuel pumps on. It's just airline SOPs whether you decide to do that or not. Well, that's cleared the ECAM warning anyway. Wow, that fan's so loud, isn't it? Chris Barlow, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. Welcome to the First Officers Club. Chris, our first channel member of the stream today. Chris, really appreciate that. Hope you've got a good afternoon
Pilot's boarding starting.
Planned. And hopefully we'll keep you entertained for the next few hours. We'll be entertaining watching me flying this, that's for sure. Hey Willie, good morning to you as well. Right, here comes the crew. Is that my FO? Right, so let's tell them they can they can start boarding.
Cabin crew, we're ready to start boarding the aircraft now, so you can go ahead and open the doors. Thank you.
Looks like Gulf Air is providing the ground services today. Hey Dutch Captain, flight time is about 3 hours. Is that fan really loud? I can turn down the volume of the fan if you so wish, if it's interfering with things.
Crew boarding starting.
Right, so let's set up the box. I don't think there's anything else I need to do on here. Well, actually, the first thing I need to do is just get get the METAR, isn't it? Can we update the METAR? Does that automatically bring it in? Yes, it does. Fantastic. So we'll get the weather. Winds 1304. Broken. Yeah, that's fine. QNH is the main thing. Then isn't it? 1022. Don't think we've got any ATC, so rely on that. Love how it tells you exactly everything that's going off. Everything's going off here. So yeah, look at this. This is quite neat. So flight rules are LIFR, which is quite neat. We could potentially then use this for deciding if we are auto landing or not. You know, Cat 2, Cat 3, etc. So that's really nice. I'm just going to scribble down the winds there. So 4 knots at 130. Departure runway is 29 right, so slight wind from the left as we depart. Okay, let's get everything set up. I'm going to quickly cheat. I'm going to press B to set up the QNH. That's fine. Right. If you are flying today, remember to update your AirX cycle. So our GPS is all up and running. The company looks done. Just clear that. We need to align the IRs, of course. Yes, we do. Engine is a CF680, that's correct. We've got the active database for the new AirX cycle. There we are, that's all working. And the aircraft status,
Your
just
food
check
has
that.
boarded.
That's fine.
Boarding starting.
So, alternate. Where is our alternate today? Lima Tango Bravo Sierra. Actually, let's just align the IRS first. There we go. Right, now let's fill it in. Lima Tango Bravo. Oh, clear the messages. Lima Tango Bravo Sierra. That's the alternate. We've got no route planned. That's fine. Cost index today is, I think, we use 40 in the 310. Don't know what they really use. Cruise flight level is planned actually to be flight level 360. So we're going to go and update that. Call sign for transmission to ATC is Iran Air 719. Just Willie says, what's this? You're flying Canadian football team back to Toronto. That would be a long flight, wouldn't it? Cruise winds are already in, and the Tropo's 39,800 actually. So can I have a slash 39,400? Does this work? Nope. Okay, I need to put the actual temperature in there. So let's go minus. Oh, does the minus key not work? Oh, it does now. Must have just been a click spot error. Minus 56 was it? And then that Tropo was 39,800. Oh, okay. Maybe it just doesn't like us touching that. We'll leave it. Right, I think passengers are coming on board. Yeah, there they all are. Look, off on holiday or going back home or whatever to Istanbul. Right, flight plan page. So we are departing 29 right, Parrot 3 Hotel. And insert. And then at the other end, do we have to scroll all the way through this to get to the other end? Was it on the progress page? I can't remember. Oh no, it is. We have to scroll through. Fine. So, God, there's so many runways here in Istanbul. It's 35 right that we're planning on taking. ILS Zulu 35 right. And it's the Ursan 2 Alpha arrival. Ursan 2 Alpha. Transition, I believe, is SADC. Let me just grab my chart and double check that is the case. Yep, SADC. And insert. Okay, so 1,183 miles. Flight plan 1,173 miles. 10-mile difference with regards to that. I think that is pretty good. Right, so flight plan's done. What nav aids do we have to assist us in the departure today? So we've got, what are we on, Weather 3 Hotel, that's fine. Let's pop in the India Kilo Alpha, which is 114.3. Oh, we have to turn that on as well. 114.3. Oh, that was nicely auto-tuned, I like that. So 114.3, that's fine. Now, with regards to engine out procedure, just here, does the secondary flight plan work? If that is the case, then we're going to have to just create our own, which we could just have a look at the go-around procedure for runway 29 right. That would probably build up a good procedure for takeoff. So we don't want to be too far out, do we? There is a VOR over to the left of us as we depart, which is 11695. In fact, that'd be a good shout. Romeo Uniform Sierra, is that shown on here? Yeah, so I think direct to the Rucha VOR, then back and enter the hold over the Eman VOR. Right. So okay, I'm getting ahead of ourselves, but just planning what I'm going to do with the radnavs. Radnav, we don't even have a radnav page, but there we go. Right, so the VOR is tuned. I just want to tune that 11695. Let's get that one in as well, just in case we need to fly on raw data. In fact, you know what? I'm going to have mine tuned to that side. There we go. Willie, yeah, the new AirAct came out, well, by midnight, just gone. The new AirAct came out. So onto our Init B page. So where do we get our C of G stuff? Is that on the weights and balance page, would have thought? Right, okay, so our zero fuel weight is 101.4. Our zero fuel weight C of G is oh. Now, where would we get that from? We've got the final C of G, which is 24.9. That's not the zero fuel weight C of G, though, is it? Hey Cam, so I use the EasyJet operational flight plan layout from SimBrief, and that does obviously show the tropo. So yeah. Right, so we've got the zero fuel weight. I've not got the zero fuel weight CFG though. Where would that be shown? That's interesting. Ah, well, okay. Fuel for our alternates, let's just pop that in. Let's go with 4 tons. Our block fuel, we've said, is 21.1. And the zero fuel weight CFG, don't know it. So it's not going to be 24.9, is it? Because, well, that's That's the final CFG, or so I'm led to believe. But I haven't got any other value to put in, so I'm going to have to pop it in there. Right, there we are. Oh, Nick, I can see you started gambling. I have come to a conscious decision here with the gambling and the drinks, etc. I think I forgot to do it for this flight, but I am going to turn it off until we get to cruise. I'm going to go all sterile cockpit on us, so they will open when we're in cruise with the cabin crew, just as it would do on a real world flight. Yeah. Christian, is that the zero fuel weight centre of gravity? They've just mislabeled it. If that is the case, that's fine. Okay, that's done. Let's do our takeoff and performance data then. So the runway length for our departure is... we're going full length. 4198. Runway surface is dry. Runway heading is 284. Wind is 130 at 4. Outside air temperature is... oh, I wish I'd looked at this earlier. What is it? 16 degrees. I didn't write that down. QNH was 1022 though, I remember that. Takeoff weight. I didn't write that down either. Takeoff weight is 122.1. We're going to go flaps 15, 15, anti-ice will be off, we'll leave the packs on, and we'll see what we get. Right then, so flex of 53, V1, 158, 162, 165. And let's come up here, turn on all the systems here. 165 on the speed. That then should be filled in from the FCU. That's fine, that gives us clean speed is 222. Thrust acceleration and is 4,380. Just confirm that by checking in. Airport elevation is 3,256. So it should be 4256, shouldn't it? 425. I'm happy to leave that. That's close enough. Right, so all the takeoff data is in and confirmed. I think we're happy. How are we doing with the boarding? So self-loading cargo still boarding. Let's look at the destination altitude because we need this for landing. So elevation is, has it got that down there? Oh, 310. So set that 300. Our initial climb is going to be 9,000 feet. And the departure runway heading, I had this a moment ago, what was it? 284. That's fine. We can get on nav, get the profile, that's all set. Let's have a look at the checklists. But I think we're about ready to do the departure brief. So let's chat about the weather. Weather for the departure today is not really posing much of an issue. Got a few clouds, but they're sky high, so not going to cause us any problems. The winds are nice and light, 130 at 4 coming in from the left. Probably shouldn't feel those too much in this aircraft either way. So yeah, it's coming in from the left as we depart. Weather en route is fine, and the arrival weather looks potentially interesting with some low clouds and potentially some low visibility procedures. Depends what happens over the next 3 hours, doesn't it? So we'll wait to see how that turns out. Aircraft is type A310, fully serviceable with working weather radar for the sim here as well, which is nice to have. So hopefully all is well, and we should get decent performance out of the aircraft as well. No NOTAMs for our departure today. We do need to check the ones for our arrival airport. We've got plenty of time to do that as we entertain ourselves in the cruise. Ringo, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Threats to be aware of. The biggest one here is unfamiliarity. Myself, unfamiliar with the aircraft type, unfamiliar with the general area, unfamiliar with the airport. So the list goes on. Let's just have a look though. Terrain's probably going to be the biggest issue if anything went wrong on departure, because as you can see there. So as we depart, we've got MSA of 165 going up to 165, sorry. MSA is 6,500 feet going up to 8,400 feet, and obviously as you can see we do have terrain beneath us which goes up to well, the grid more is 11,400 feet. So yeah, lots of terrain to the north of the field and to the west, so very important if something goes wrong that we turn around and head back to from where we came. So yeah, biggest threat is that. Let's chat about the taxi and then work out where we're going to be going. So nice 45 meter wide runway. We're parked here at stand 118, I believe it is. We're going to push back and then we're going to taxi out via Juliet Alpha. We'll take Alpha all the way down to November, and then we'll do full length departure at runway 23 right. So full length departure. I'm not going to be doing a single engine taxi or anything like that. We'll just get everything started as we push. The departure then is pretty straightforward. It's straight out and then it's a right hand turn, almost an immediate right hand turn to intercept that 304 radial from the India Kilo Alpha VOR. Initial climb is going to be at 9,000 feet. We're doing noise abatement 2. First turn, as I've just said, is straight out to the right. Transition level is 9,000 feet. Let's have a look at the emergency brief then. Now, can we actually pop this? Does the secondary flight plan work on here? So if we secondary flight plan, if we copy the active flight plan, there we go. So we intercept the radial from India Kilo Alpha. Happy to leave that, and then we are going to go direct to Romeo Uniform Sierra. From Romeo Uniform Sierra we will go to India Kilo Alpha. And then from here, we're just going to enter the hold. Now the hold is shown, I think, is it shown on... have we got any holds shown on here? We're not actually. Oh, actually we've got a hold there at Romeo Uniform Sierra, so I'll tell you what, that makes more sense. Go back. Go back. Clear that. So the inbound course is 095, right hand turns. Insert. And then from Romeo Sierra, how do we, let me just check, can we then import via go to waypoint, that's airway, star. Where would it go into, do you reckon? To come back into Oscar India India Echo. Would it have it as the waypoint? No? Right, okay. Not too sure about that in the 310 to be fair, but I'm not too concerned about it. We've got it taking us to the hold. That's all that matters. Lovely, yeah, so that's what we'd do if something went bang after V1. We'd follow, I would say, a non-standard engine out departure given the terrain that surrounds us. Go somewhere safe. We'll get ourselves nicely safe in the hold and get up to about 7,000 feet. It'll take a while to get up there, but we'd be safe. That's the main thing. Right, I think everyone's on board. Let's get those doors closed.
Captain, all passengers are on board and we're finished setting up. Doors are also now closed.
Thank you.
Quickly coming back into the chat. Hey Anth, hey Chart Flight Channel, good to see you. Do I think that the A310 interval is a bit weird capturing the localizer approach? The only couple of LIS approaches I've done, I've not had any issues with it. So yeah. Hey, good morning, Eastbirds. Right, let's go through the checklist. Checklists are very important in aircraft that you don't know how to fly. So before start checklist, cockpit prep is complete. Signs are on and auto. No, they're not. They are now. Signs are on and auto. Fuel quantity is 21. Bang on. That's fine. Navigation is checked and set. If we just actually make sure that we've got all that in, that's intercepting. Go all the way, might as well. Quick look. The longer the flight, the more clicks we make. That's the approach into Istanbul, I think. Lovely. Yep, spot on. Navigation fine, landing elevation is 310 feet, that's been set, altimeter is 1022 set, anti-skid is on. Right, let's get the ground crew into position. Just check with no ATC online? Nope, so we're going to go on to Unicom. Really looking forward to this flight.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, this is your captain speaking. My name is Gavin, and I'd like to welcome you on board this Airbus A320 aircraft. Our flight time today should be as scheduled, and we're not anticipating any delays or any bad weather, so we should have a nice, pleasant, safe flight. In the next few minutes or so, we'd like you to get yourselves seated, sat down safely with your seatbelts fastened, and make sure the hours are getting better than I have the crew allowance to other fellow passengers. The ground crew are nearly finishing loading everything into the aircraft, so we look forward to a safe and flight with you today, and we thank you for choosing to fly with the EasyJet in power. Thank you. Having crew all ready to go. Move on to cross-check. Thank you.
Let's get those doors closed. Done, done, done. External power is disconnected, so GPU can come away. Chocks are not on. Oh, Dwal, good spot. Thank you, mate. See, that's why I have you guys. You're all the PMs, particularly in aircraft I don't know how to fly properly. Right, GSX. Waiting for my action. No. Let's just reset with the position and get it working properly. And Unicom's 122.8. 8. Tehran ground, Iran Air 719, stand 18, pushing back facing east.
Hello, Captain.
Had to think
Ready
that.
for pushback.
He sounds very American for this part of the world. Right, so beacon light can come on. Transponder is on as well.
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Do we have what timers do we have on here? Do we just have the one?
Locking gear.
Okay, so just double check the windows and doors are closed and armed. Beacon light is on, parking brake is on.
Release parking brakes.
Parking brakes released.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Do you know what? I've just thought of something. Our takeoff performance calculations, we didn't put the flex in, did we? 53? So takeoff flex 53. There we go. Right, so engine mode selected to start. And we'll start engine 1. Wait for N1 to get up to, I can't remember, I think it's 17-18%, then we inject the fuel.
On behalf of the crew, I ask that you now please direct your attention to the monitors and cabin crew as we review the emergency proceeds. There are 6 emergency exits on this A320 Neo. Please take a minute to locate the
I think the stewardess is confused. It's not an A320 Neo.
Set parking brakes.
Parking brake set.
Waiting your confirmation for good engine start.
That's an interesting pushback. Looks like it's raining over there. David the pilot, good morning.
We now ask that you carry on luggage and stowed away safely during the flight. Whilst we wait for takeoff, please take a moment to review the safety procedures and the safety card in front of you.
Alright, then let's get engine 2 started.
Airplane mode until we instruct you that it is again safe to use them. Our cabin service will commence once we're in flight. If you are a frequent flyer with us, you can now join the channel as a member and take advantage of the extra perks to make your journey with us more enjoyable. Thank you for your attention and we hope you enjoy your flight.
The brake temperatures are high. I bet that's a good old GSX trick. Same issue that the Fenix has.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Now, is there a way to perhaps fix this as there is in the Phoenix? might not be, you know.
Unlocking here.
Yeah, look, the brake temperatures are just going up and up and up and up.
Tow truck disconnected.
Not sure if the brake fans are going to assist this, to be honest with you.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Nick, is it on the tablet? If so, where would it be? Where is it, guys? Hey, Richard. Good morning. Nick says it's on the tablet. Richard says it's on the tablet as well. Oh, there we go. Reset brake temperature. Ah, fantastic. That didn't work. Let's try that again. Oh, there we go. Ha! Beautiful. Turn that off. Clearly they knew of the issues surrounding GSX. Right, we've got engine number 1, engine number 2. They're both running. That's fine. Let's let's go and do the after start flow. So engine ignition can come back to off. APU can come off. APU bleed off. Let's get all of the window heaters, pitos and things on because they're not automatic in the A310. So the spoilers, rudder is 0, flaps 15, set the trim value, which for this we do use the up down percent rather than percent, which is, where is it? It's on the weights and balance page, isn't it? 1.2 up. So there's down, 1, 2 up. That's it. After start, so pitch trim is 1.2 up, set, rudder trim 0, spoilers are on, slats and flaps are 15. Ecam status is checked. Anti-ice is off. Hand signal has been received. Okay, let's announce the taxi. Carter Boys on Twitch also says that it was on the FB. Thank you, Carter. Tehran traffic, Iran Air 719. Taxi now via Juliet and Alpha to holding point November runway 29 right. So, landing lights are on, transponders set, and we can now get our weather radar on, which I can never remember where the weather radar is. It's on, is it on here? It's on the transponder, isn't it? That's TCAS, transponder. Where's the weather radar, guys? Can't see the wood for the trees. Oh, here it is. There we go. Weather radar's on. And TO config test. TO test normal. Wonderful. Marking brakes released. Let's roll. We'll do our flight control checks as well whilst we're rolling. Flares HD, thank you for the follow on Twitch. So just while we're rolling slowly, full left, full right, neutral, we've got full up, full down, neutral. Do we need to put the flight controls page on here because it's not showing on the ECAM? Yeah, so full up, full down, neutral, and rudder full right, rudder, full left, neutral. That's fine. Now I just want to make sure I take the correct taxiway here that we've announced. I don't think there's anyone else here at the airport, to be honest, but even so, I think it is the next taxiway down, just here. Okay, so let's do the before takeoff checklist. Flight controls have been checked, departure briefings confirmed, flaps and sats are 15:15. Performance is, we've got VS heading and P climb V and nav is blue. TO config has been checked, transponder is set. Anthony, does the TCA pack work well with this aircraft? It does, yes, yeah. I followed a taxi stand. I followed a taxi stand line there instead of a. I thought there was a. I thought this was the line that was going to take us onto Juliet. It wasn't. So sadly, yes, Mark, I am on VATSIM. I probably shouldn't be because I can't taxi properly. That's the actual taxi line I wanted. I think this aircraft is awesome for, sorry, this airport, well, the aircraft is awesome as well, but the airport is really nice. Again, freeware scenery from FlightSim.to. We've got 2 freeware sceneries in today, at Istanbul and here in Tehran. Mark says it's him not paying attention. Well, you know. It's Thursday. It's getting late in the week. Now, just need to work out where we go. It's this second left, I think. I love how messy the wings are. Not clean. Lots of oil stainage. David says the nav switch is still set for VR. That is a fair point. And it's got this written down as alpha. I'm not sure that's correct. So we're taking the left just here. I should be on to November then. Hitesh, why don't I use the FSLTL traffic injector from fly-by-wire? Just because we're flying on VATSIM, so we don't want conflicting traffic. Dave the Part on Twitch as well says, nice to see some A310 action for a change. It's an amazing aircraft. I'm starting to like it more and more. It's just the familiarity of things. You can essentially fly A320 standard operating procedures in this thing. There's just different ways of achieving the same goal. Right, I can't see, and I've certainly not heard any other traffic, so our approach path looks clear. Tehran traffic around 719, lining up for departure runway 29 right. So, get all the lights on. And TCAS. We'll leave our packs on. So before takeoff, checklist below the line. Cabin is secured. TCAS TRA packs are on. Ignition is continuous and anti-ice is off. Just really, what was the trick with the auto thrust activate on throttling up? It activates when you push this this button just here. Right, we're good to go, I believe. Let's go to Istanbul. Tehran traffic Iran 719, departing now runway 29 right, Parrot 3 Hotel. So set, is it 50% N1 I think? Don't quote me on that. 50% N1, they're stable, release the toe brakes, and we'll set takeoff thrust, here we go. Engine number 1's critical. Tiny bit of right rudder needed. Less and less right rudder the faster we go. It's 100 knots, checked. V1, rotate. Manual flying. I've just instinctively that was amazing. So I instinctively just centered the flight directors, let go of the controls, and obviously the nose dropped. No auto trimming in this aircraft. Okay, so we've got ourselves out. Autopilot 1 is engaged. Flaps 1 as we pass our acceleration altitude. So flaps 1. I think my aircraft is about to get a wash. It's looking a bit black, isn't it, just there? Past their speed. Flap 0. Spoilers disarmed. Happy to get the lights off now. No other traffic around. No other traffic around. Let's continue our climb. Let's set something sensible. Let's go flight level 250. Set standard. Let's get through this cloud layer and then we'll release the cabin crew. Don't know how bumpy, if it's going to be bumpy at all. See what that's like. 10,000 feet. We've already got the lights off. Airport on the EFIS. We don't have a RadNav page to clear out. Secondary flight plan. Let's. I wanted to copy the active. Is that even an option? So clear the secondary flight plan. There we go. Copy the active. That's done. Should I set a cost index now of 0 like we do in EasyJet? It's a very dark cloud, isn't it? Surprised we've not got rain on the windows, to be honest. Good morning, Dark Fury. Hey, Christian. When did you pop in as well? It's a wash of mods this morning. Awesome. Ire says hello from Istanbul. What's the weather like, Ire? Packlon says morning from, is that Hamburg? Don't know why, but some of the German ICAO codes always confuse me. Oh, breakthrough. Christian, were you there all the time? Yeah, don't take it personally, mate. It's been one of those weeks. Oh, and Owen, our elf, arrived this morning for the kids. Do you know what? I might charge you guys with the task of coming up with quick, simple, easy things for me to do with that Owen elf every single day. Bane of my life. Right, we've got cruises 3.6, maximums 3.7, optimums 3.6. Happy to do that. So let's continue our climb. Flight level 360 blue. Afnan, when do I do a flight to Pakistan? I have no idea. It's certainly not in the plan at the moment. That's it, we're on our way. Nice departure. Not too turbulent. And with that, I think we can turn the belt signs off. Wow, we really do have fluffy clouds today, don't we? Once again, just gorgeous textures and scenery, ground textures. I can't believe it looks this good and there's no world update for this region. It's just general satellite imagery. It's amazing. Otto, good morning, sir. And Rock Pebler, good morning from Spain. I'm a bit cold this morning. I'm hoping this flight warms me up, because it actually can, given the amount of heat kicked out by the by the GPUs. As well as GSX Pro worth it for the Phoenix, there's hardly any ground crew with the aircraft itself, unfortunately. I think GSX Pro is just worth it for the Pushback, to be honest, particularly at the moment whilst it's on sale. So you probably saw, or you may have done, if you hit right at the start of the stream, you may have saw like the captains and the flight crew and the passengers walking out the door, coming on board the aircraft. Well, I quickly just set up I just customized that parking position so that would work out. It took me about 30 seconds to do that. So yeah, there is a bit of setting up involved, but you know, it's I think it's worth it, particularly when you get it right. And there's also a lot of there's a lot of profiles that people have created, and there's lots of profiles that people have created and put on flightsim.to for you to just go and download. So yeah, I think it's worth it. Right, so we've got the engine anti-ice on just because we've got the air temperature is in the icing range, so that's done. Climbing at a good rate actually, 2,000 feet per minute. Also, have I changed any of my settings since update 11? I've not, no. I'm running exactly the same. Oh, clear air turbulence. Right, we've now just got a few injured passengers. A few injured cabin crew. Oh, I hope they've not spilt any of Nick's gin. JD says he's been having issues with his Microsoft Flight Simulator, put it on Xbox Store for PC, but doesn't seem to update or give it a notification to. Anyone know why? Yes, you have to run the Xbox app, don't you? Oh god, I don't like this turbulence. How often is this going to happen? Maybe we should be a bit sensible. Hey Brett!
Ladies and gentlemen, the fasten seatbelt sign has been turned on. Please ensure that your seatbelt is securely fastened and return to your seat immediately if you are not already seated. Instant seatbelts are provided for our passengers travelling with small children. Please ensure that they are secured safely and ask a member of the cabin crew if you require assistance. The toilets will now go out of use until the fasten seatbelt sign is turned on. Please find the airline magazine in the front pocket, providing you with lots of information about the channel and the perks of becoming a channel member. Thank you.
There really are some gorgeous views at the moment, aren't there, with those clouds knocking around. Skinsa on Twitch. Good morning to you. I always find Twitch usernames they're far more difficult to pronounce than YouTube handles. Right, I think we can get rid of anti-ice now. Otto says thank you, he'll change back to the settings I have on the video. They worked well, but of course he had to go and mess it up by trying something smart. Well, Otto, it's trial and error at the end of the day, I think, isn't it? There's no one shoe fits all, not for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Hey Beluga, good morning to you. Welcome to Iran. We've left Iran now, of course. We've left Tehran. And we're on our way to Istanbul. Looking forward to Istanbul. I don't think we've ever landed there before on the channel. Zacatec says on Twitch, keep up the good work. Would love to co-pilot with us one day. I don't think I've ever done a co-pilot thing. Shared controls. It doesn't work too well with the Fenix. Is that still right? I think we get rid of the continuous relight, can't we? That can come off. I think it's all right now. Let's get rid of the seatbelt signs. I mean, it's a long flight. People need to stretch their legs. People want to walk around. You guys just want to gamble.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned off the seatbelt sign. The toilets are now available for use if you are free to stretch your legs in the cabin. We do, however, recommend that whenever you bring your seat, that you keep your seatbelt fastened at all times. This is in case of unexpected turbulence. All cabin crew will be along shortly. Please contact them if you have any questions or require assistance. Thank you.
So what's everybody doing this morning whilst watching the stream, of course? Who's pretending to work? Who's just got home from work? Who's cracked open a beer? And who's looking forward to the football this afternoon? Germany, of course, they have to win. Australia, congratulations. There was someone from Australia in the chat. My apologies, I've forgotten your name. But yeah, the Aussies just having a wild party at 3 AM in the morning last night. I thought that was amazing. Particularly as football, soccer, isn't their main... it struggles sometimes, I think, to break into the top 5 of sports over there in Australia, doesn't it? So really great to see them partying hard, and well deserved too, I think. Barry is working. Oh dear. Never mind, Barry. Willie is pretending to work. Well, at least you're honest. Hey, Felix. Good afternoon to you, or good evening. Rock Papa is watching the cricket. Oh, yeah, you definitely need something to entertain you then, like this stream, if you're watching cricket. Christian's already back from work. Not too much to do in the winter months. That's good news. Willie said he had a £10 bet on Canada. you may as well have just donated that to somebody who really needed it, Willie. You were never getting that back. Pack the One says, I'm working, but you deserve the second monitor. Game developer, Pack the One. Nice, nice. Are you working on anything good, or can't you tell us? The Boy Jam says, hi from Cheese and Wine. Fair enough. Zacatec says he prefers A320 on Twitch. It's his favourite. Yeah, it's my favourite as well, but I'm finding some love for the A310. It's a nice aircraft, and it's detailed. And it's Airbus, which is... that's always a bonus, isn't it? Airbus Geek, love that name. Have to work 4 PM till 7 today, short work day, and we'll watch the soccer, definitely. Excellent. It's great if you're able to watch the football whilst working. Sam says working very hard, wink. Not sure I believe you, Simon. Hita says he's just completed a 4-hour flight from Delhi to Bangkok on board a 787. Now resting, we'll do overnight flight from Tokyo to Los Angeles later. I presume you mean in the simulator. DJ, good morning from all the way at Ross the Pond. Do you mean across the pond? Is that your predictive text letting you down there, maybe? Right, we're at flight level 360. That is our cruising altitude for today. Job done. I'm really glad they moved these switches closer to the ECAMs, because in a simulator it's difficult to see both pages. So in fact, can we pop those screens out without too much of an FPS hit? We can. Do you know what? That is nice to see. That is really good to see. The FPS always used to get shot when you pop those screens out.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the cockpit, once again, the leader will be reached our crew level for the flight today. The captain will be waiting for the rounds during the Takeoff, taking back just any other yeah. Alright, so we'd like to sit back and enjoy the rest of the flight.
I'm looking at all of these. I'm not actually sure what the values are meant to be for the A310, but the total fuel, we've got 18.2, so I think all's well. Wheel temperatures are good. That's the main thing. Right, fine. fine, good, happy dandy. Can we pop out of the box? Oh, you can, but it doesn't bring out a full working what do, just the screen. All right, well, never mind. Man, how did you get those screens out? So you press the right Alt button. Alt button. Yeah, Willie, it's the Alt button, not the Shift. So the right Alt button on your keyboard, and then you can click it. How good does that look, guys? Look at those clouds. I tell you, the clouds recently have been looking phenomenal. Dark Fury says he's watching the kids while doing seating design. Good, 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 good. Willis says the bet that they would get out of the group was just that they get out of the group stage. I think everyone saw potential in the team, but obviously they had a bit of work to do. Do you know what? I was actually in their first game, Willie, I was really impressed with Canada. They showed so much youthfulness, energy, enthusiasm. They were very unlucky against Belgium, weren't they? Mark says to think the A310 was free as well. I know, can't believe it. And they've announced that they're making the A300. That, of course, will not be free. That will be payware. DJ says as well he's at work and he always watches the stream unless the boss is watching him in America. Mark, don't say that. Don't say England won't be far behind. Willie says England's going to get flattened in the second round. We'll see, Willie. We'll see. JD says he's currently sat in a college car park supporting one of the young people he looks after. Oh, bless JD, that sounds great. Don't finish till 10 tomorrow, so an after-hour flight whilst you sit twiddling your thumbs. Nice. Gives you something to do. You can sit twiddling your thumbs virtually at 36,000 feet. Lilo, yeah, the A310 does have a working weather radar. That's right. Andy, the A310 has had an update, but there's a video on the channel which I released yesterday which explains all about that for you. Pack the one, I don't use any NVIDIA filters now, so everything you see here is absolutely bang on. Hindisa on Twitch says, watching this while the rancher is kicking me in the face at work. COVID really has changed so many things for so many people. How many people now, this would be a great question, how many people now in the chat are working from home but never used to before COVID? Because COVID really is responsible for so much, isn't it? Now, I'm just looking at my grid more. We've done the top of climb checks. We're going to get some en route weathers and things, but just looking at the grid moors here, where are we? That would be a great question to ask. Aspok. Let's find Aspok. So how far away are we from Aspok? We're pretty much overhead Aspok. So we'll do a fuel check as well. So here we are at Aspok. If anything went bang right now, where are we going to go? We're going to the northeast. Yeah, so if anything went bang right now, I would want to head straight out, drop down 10,000 feet, get ourselves over whatever water this is. It's not the Persian Gulf, that is it? No. Is that the Dead Sea? Black Sea? Can you tell I'm unfamiliar with this part of the world? Lionel says, so he's working from home, didn't before COVID. Mark, him as well. Ugh, just thrown up. Felix, he says, don't have too much interest in football, but it's all the talk at the school, so you've got to stay up to date. Yeah, you do. We're all rooting for you, Felix. We really are. We love an underdog. Mita on Twitch is also working at home. He was at the office before that. We'll never go back to the office again. Working from home is great from so many perspectives. Groot, good afternoon to you as well. Hardy Man's the pack the one as well. Yeah, Alphanays as well. Oh, so many people now working from home who never used to do it before. Just Willie says what I've said for so long, and that was indeed, God, that looks good. Every time I go to a wing view, I know I say the same thing, I repeat it all the time, but honestly, how good does the sim look? It's just looking so great recently. Yeah, Willie. So, yeah, we've said so many times, haven't we? He says, hands up on the COVID question. It's probably saved his marriage too. That's interesting. Because I say that not in jest too much, Willie, but there are so many people for which COVID ruined relationships. Probably to do with the amount of time people were locked down together. And lots of people, you heard reports of domestic abuse, which was never there before, but, you know, you throw people into a close environment for, what was it, 6-9 months locked down, almost, you know, all of that time. If they weren't key workers, they didn't get out. It was just the essential trips only. You can see how tempers and things would potentially start to fray. Willie also says say that Microsoft Flight Sync came at just the right time to save many of us during COVID. None of us, of course, knew each other before that. Again, very true. Michael Stone, thank you for subscribing. Dom Canley on Twitch as well. Thank you so much for the follow. Robert's in the middle of a DIY loft conversion. The steel's just been delivered. Robert, that is my idea of hell, to be honest with you. Caspian C, thank you so much. I knew someone would give me the correct name for that. Richard says he worked for a well-known frozen food company during the initial lockdown delivering food. I know a few people did that, Richard. Just got them out of the house. It was an essential job, and they were screaming out for delivery drivers as well, weren't they, Richard? So hats off to you for doing that. Now back to his normal job, working from home. Mark says it's about a year ago since you first found the channel. Is it that long, Mark? Excellent. DJ, even during COVID, you were working, painting Boeing parts for the Apache helicopter. You were considered an essential worker. Is that right, DJ? Oh, okay. I'm sure there was a proper reason why I was considered essential. Probably not one of the first things you'd think of, is it? Dark Fury, what's working from home? Yeah, you can't do that. Leo25, have I optimised the game with NVIDIA colours and filters? No. Everything is default. Mark says he stumbled across the channel as something to have on in the background whilst working from home, and it's the best community here. Mark, it's people like you who just tuned in one day by mistake. You know, oh, let's have a look. What the heck's this all about? And yeah, however many weeks, months, even years in some respects later, are here and integral part of the community, not just on the live streams but on Discord, of course. It's you know, it's like seeing friends every single day. Meetoff on Twitch says yes, goes to the office only if there's some important meeting, and the social element is less with home working, but his expenses drop quite a lot. Yeah, of course, people aren't at home. That's why a lot of companies wanted to do wage cuts and things as well, because you're working from home, you're not going into the office, and a lot of people obviously didn't like it. But then when you counteract the fact that, well, you're not driving into the office, you're not commuting in, you're actually probably saving a lot more than you were. It almost works out, doesn't it? Groot A320, good afternoon to you. And SK Hind on Twitch is also doing blended working. That's a new phrase, isn't it? Blended working. Sometimes in the office, sometimes at home. And see, this is now the more serious side of things as well, of course. Laga says COVID has ruined his 16-year-old son, who's suffering from depression and is now in therapy, but with love and support, the family is getting through it well and fine. My best wishes to him, Lagas, because it was just a really horrible time, wasn't it? I know for some of us it was great, and like Willie said, in his respect, he says it probably saved his marriage. For me, it meant that I got to see my children grow up in those very, very early days, because they were at home all the time. I was at home, my wife was at home. They were toddlers. Well, they were almost newborns when they were about a year old when COVID hit. They were 3 by the time everyone started seeing them again, so we really did get those golden years, which is now why I'm grey. But yeah, there's the other side to COVID, and the mental side of it is just, it's going to be with us for years to come, isn't it? Colin, morning Gavin, what version of A310 we'll find? So we'll find the latest version. Mark said he heard the Yorkshire accent and then decided to stick around. And I also introduced you to Jam and Toast Tea. Well, there you go. Jam and Toast Tea. There you go. Oh, should we do a flight check? A fuel check? Where are we? We're at Murpoo. Right, okay, let's grab the operational flight plan Merple and see. What's the extra fuel that we've got? We took 21.1. Yeah, we took 21.1. Plug was 19. And we've got a contingency of 0.6, so we should have 2.7 tons extra. Where are we? Merpu. There it is. So we should have about 17.3 tons. Let's have a look. We've got fuel 17.5. That's working nicely. Awesome fuel. Just really says, Mark, don't let me fool you. He firmly believes I'm from Ipswich and is masquerading as a northerner. I've never even been to Ipswich. JD says he was the same, came across the channel when playing Microsoft Flight Simulator during lockdown. Mark says, thinks that all the streamers he watches are great, none of them have to do it, and appreciate that they take time out to do it. Also watch Philbert, 320 Simpilot, of course, and British Geek, of course. And so many kind of new streamers, if you like, popped up during COVID, and I include myself in that, of course. Group A310 on Twitch says, perhaps someone can help. He has a problem with FSI panel with flying Phoenix. There's weird sound always when I'm passing the threshold. Do you know what, Groot? That's not just in FSI panel. I have also heard that, and I don't know what it is. I think it's a bug. It's almost like a landing gear sound, isn't it? I've heard it a couple of times. I need to ask the devs if they've got that as well. DJ, so he's working for the DoD, Department of Defense, on contracts and patent parts for Boeing. So yeah, that would I suppose that would be essential in some respects. Florian also says, yeah, except now you've got higher energy bills for the Home Office. That is very true. Just Willie says the best road in Ipswich is the road out of Ipswich. It's that part of the country where I just want to avoid because I don't like travelling slow. I don't like trundling along behind tractors. I don't like trundling along behind HDVs. If ever I have got to drive to the East Coast, I'm banging my head against the dashboard. Please, for the love of government, give us a motorway of some quality down that side of the country. It's like going back in time travelling through Lincoln, which is I kind of like it. You know, you get to see lovely picturesque villages and they're really nice, but maybe just an M1180 to take us around the outskirts of Lincoln. Pack the One says grinning in German with the Autobahn. Yeah, exactly, we can't have that. Group A320, yeah, it's like it's the landing gear sound. I know, it's caught me out a couple of times. I've heard it and I thought, oh god, is my landing gear coming up? And it's not, obviously, I don't know what it is. Now, being the kind of guy that likes to preempt and pre-plan things, I made myself a nice cup of tea, threw it in the flask before the stream. It's been sat here for an hour and it's probably now just about the right temperature. Definitely time for some cabin crew service.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence our service of drinks and alcoholic beverages. Please assist us by ensuring your tray tables are down under the aisle and kept clear of bags. Our drinks menu can be found in the pocket in front of you. We serve a variety of local and international coffee, tea, beer, wine, and spirits. Please note that alcoholic drinks will not be served to those under 18 years of age. We accept payment in cash or credit or debit card. Thank you for your support of this channel.
Dwyle says no, the us East Anglians don't want motorways, that's why theirs retain its charm. Dwyle, you're quite right. I just wish there was a quicker way to enjoy the charm. Mark says his nearest motorway is just over an hour's drive, and he has to go on the dreaded A64 to get to it. So, Mark, my parents have a static caravan on the East Coast, which is lovely to go to. Every chance they get there, they're off. We use it as well with the kids. It's wonderful, nice sight and things. But I always think, oh, the drive there. Do I jump up the A1 and get on the A64, or do I jump up the A1 and then there's go through? Is it? I've forgotten the name of the village, the route. It's basically a back route which avoids most of the A64, and in theory, it's a longer journey. But actually, by the time you cost it out, it's not. Mileage-wise, it's shorter, and there's usually less traffic. York to Scarborough, Mark. Yeah. Ugh. Horrible. Flight so. If you, in case you can't tell, I'm from Yorkshire. I'll pin it down for you as well. South Yorkshire. In the UK. Well, it looks very cloudy down there, doesn't it? We should probably think about getting some kind of en route weathers and see what's happening there. Let's have a look and see. I don't even know this part of the world, so I need to find some airports that I can go to that actually can accept A330s. So we're just coming to Buded, which is just there. How many miles away are we from Buded? Oh, we've literally just crossed it. That's fine. So in terms of airports around the area, let's see what we've got. Any big ones knocking about? We've got Zangilan International Airport. How long are the runways there? I've got no information on that airport at all. Fuzuli International Airport. I want something a little bit closer, to be honest with you. So let's see. Right, we've got Uniform Bravo Bravo November just up here. Let's see what the weather's doing there. That's got a nice 3,300 metre runway. Oh, we don't get weather on there anymore, do we? That's all done on the tablet just here. So, let's look for, where did I say? Uniform Bravo Bravo November. Helps if the first letter goes in, doesn't it? Oh, nice. Good visibility. Broken 4003, overcast 7003, temperature 3, QNH 1024, and yeah, I'm happy. So, if we needed to go anywhere, that would work. Rock Papa, does GSX work without the scenery? Yes, it does, but you just have to sort of disable some of the custom jetways that it puts in. So yeah, it does work. Felix says he can't imagine living in England and having to drive on those roads. Been to England to see family, and the road's nice for a holiday, but anything else. So Felix, what do you guys have over there? Or do you just not travel, or do you just fly? Elliot, Devon to Canterbury and back again in one day was a nightmare. Oh, and well, Devon and Cornwall is a similar thing, isn't it? The motorways just run out. Dark Fury, the A64 says it's like the M25. Flying so close to 30,000 subscribers. Indeed, you are correct. We're slowly edging our way towards it, aren't we? Warren Bet says he's painting the hallway whilst watching on the TV through the lounge door. Well, I must admit, I would imagine that views like this on the TV look phenomenal, don't they? I mean, I don't stream in 4K, but even so, I think that looks pretty nice. Barry, when not flying on VATSIM, does Microsoft Flight Simulator give you the meta if you tune to the 80s frequency? It probably does. I've disabled the voice ATC on in the settings for Microsoft Flight Sim, but you're right, Barry. I think it should do. Packet 1's going to fly to Vietnam from Frankfurt via Doha. That is a long flight. Felix says he has nice wide roads all the way across Australia, although they've been wrecked by the recent floods. See, driving in Australia, for us here in England, we can't imagine that. We can't imagine hundreds of miles of nothingness. There's a town every 2 miles. It's just, well, I tend to think the UK is just a little bit overpopulated, to be honest. And with that comes the push on the services. We're having some deep conversations this morning, aren't we? Willie says we regularly holiday in Yorkshire. His wife always seems to pick a cottage which involves a rapid descent on the last mile. Brakes are checked by the mechanic before we set off. Yeah, that sounds like Yorkshire, Willie. Embrace it, my friend. Embrace it. If you hear me go quiet for a bit, it's just because I'm supping my my nice tea. Heck of a lot of clouds around today at this part of the world. The shadows that they cast onto the ground as well, I think, stunning. I think if you've grown up with Microsoft Flight Simulator FSX, or previous incarnations of the sim, then you're never going to stop being wowed by this simulator. Felix, a 1,000 kilometre drive's like a stroll through the park. That's pretty much England top to bottom, I think, isn't it, Felix? Mark, Robin Hood's Bay is a good one. Indeed it is. And Aviation Beast AVT, good morning to you, says he's flying Gatwick to Lisbon with the A319ceo TAP Air Portugal. Nice. Mark says when he did model engineering as a hobby, he used to drive up with his 5-inch gauge loco to Gilling, Eastern Yorkshire to take part in a rally at the Rydell Society Model Engineers track. And how long did it take you to get there, Mark? Square fares, yeah, absolutely. The graphics in Microsoft Flight Simulator is, I think, is beyond nice, isn't it? Richard says he lives in Haworth in West Yorkshire. I know Haworth, Richard. Beautiful place to live, but my god, it can get busy in the summer with tourists. That's kind of like the Hope Valley and Bakewell and those kind of regions. Castleton. Because there was a standard joke, just going back to COVID again, there was a standard joke, wasn't there? You were allowed to go for outdoor exercise, an hour's walk a day, and suddenly the Hope Valley and Castleton and that lot just got completely overrun with hundreds and hundreds of cars as people drove to go and have their hour's exercise. It was insane. I'd like to say it was great for local businesses, but I'm not even sure they were allowed to open. Aviation, what's your favourite aircraft? It depends. Do you mean to fly or just in general? Oh, Eastbird's, he's got so many meetings today. I thought the gambling had been quiet. Mark, it was around 4 to 5 hours. Divvies in Wiltshire. Yeah, that is a long flight. Just a reminder, Lee, Eastbird's, yeah. There's I'm not doing any failures in this aircraft. Jeff says good morning. He was on P3D version 3, decided to try Microsoft Flight Simulator. Can't go back now. There's no going back, is there? When you've seen that, I mean, look at those the overcast clouds down there. Overcast clouds down there. Look how I don't know. They look properly textured and thick, just as you'd see in real life. Never have clouds looked so appealing. JD, one word, Flamingo Lang. I haven't been there for years. Aviation beast, aircraft in general. It's hard to look past Concorde and the A380 as two of my favourites. I just think both were absolute feats of mechanical engineering for different aspects, of course. Sadly, Concorde, of course, no longer with us. Just when he said he heard overcast clouds. We're discussing James Corden. Eastbird's lovely formations. Seems the clouds get better with every update. I didn't think they touched the update, touched the clouds in the last update, but yeah, it does look stunning, doesn't it? JD, the drive up to Sutton Bank was the highlight as a kid. Everyone's got memories of their long car journey holidays with their parents. I certainly do. Down to Devon. We had one awful journey one time. So my my dad always preferred to drive overnight, which can't fault him for. So set off late on a Friday, towing a caravan down to I could be anywhere. Could have been Torquay, Paignton, Newquay, those areas for a nice, good 10-day holiday during the school holidays. And this one particular time, we set off after tea. Everything was loaded. We got down the M1, didn't even make it to the junction with the M18, and we heard a bang. There was a hole in the tyre of the. I can't remember if it was the car or the caravan now. I think it was the car. The car got a flat tyre, and I don't think we got a spare. So we spent ages just sat working around. I'm going back 30 years now, and so there wasn't much traffic. There certainly wasn't much availability on everything. So I think we spent 3 hours getting a tyre sorted. That came, and then we were off again. And then we got down towards Devon, Cornwall. My dad took a look at the map because there was no sat nav. Took a look at the map and saw a road. He thought, "Ooh, this looks like a nice shortcut. This will cut plenty of time off. Might make up a bit of time here." And you know how you see signs now on roads that state unsuitable for HGVs, ignore your sat nav, that kind of thing. Well, this was that kind of road. We went down it, and there was no reversing back out. We had to push through. And I vividly remember about 3 a.m. in the morning, my mum and dad screaming at each other, and then my mum just going silent because, well, she'd had enough. We're driving down this. It was pitch black. There was trees. It was just a dirt track almost. And then, lo and behold, there was a toll bridge. A toll bridge on what looked like the most disused road in Devon. And my mum was just like, "Oh my God, if that man sat there, I'll give him the effing caravan myself." It was, looking back, it was really funny. Not at the time, though. Eastburn says his father loved driving, drove from Rotterdam to Marseille in one go. Wow, that is a journey. Mark, after trying the gliders in Microsoft Flight Sim, might get himself to Sutton Bank and do some gliding issues. Yeah. Mona Lima, good afternoon. Are the clouds starting to break up a little bit? Seems like they might be, you know. Might actually get to see some of those beautiful textures down below. Mark, that is a long drive. JD says he drove Sunderland to Poland in one day. Never again had vertigo when getting out of the car. Oh, I did that years ago with schools when I was a kid. We drove to Austria and we drove to Poland. Not in the same year, obviously. Good old school trips. Can't beat those. Well, it seems like everything is behaving itself up here. So fingers crossed. All's well. Fuel checks are good. We've done our en route weather check. That's fine. Let's have a quick look around at other potential airports. So that was the airport we were looking at, Uniform Bravo Bravo November. So that's definitely still valid for us at the moment. It's about, what, I'd say 40-50 miles away. Richard says, we did it in school. We went to Disneyland Paris via the ferry for the weekend on the coach. Spent more time on the coach than we actually did at Disneyland, come to think of it. It was, yeah, that was the way, that was the way it was done, wasn't it? Mark says, it's been misty here all morning. Looks like it's getting worse now. Yeah, there's been, I heard on the radio this morning, there's quite bad mist down the south side of the UK today. Always makes me think, oh, right, okay, which aircraft are getting in, which aircraft aren't. If it's misty up here, then Leeds may as well just shut down. Eastbird says school trips, there was always this one guy who snuck in beer, but he's a new man now, he drinks whiskey. So in my rush to do the flight this morning, I've not had breakfast. Thinking I might have to put that right. Go and get some cabin service from the galley. Richard says, don't say that, he's on his way to Leeds as we speak. Afnan, no. Sean Delaney, hello. I'm not 320 sim pilot, by the way, but I'll answer your question. So to update the AirAx cycle, you need to either... which aircraft are you talking about, or do you just mean the simulator in general? If you have a Navigraph subscription, then you can update it straight away. If you don't have a Navigraph subscription, then the only way you can update the AirAx cycle is to wait for Microsoft and Azobo to release an update with it. Now, funnily enough, when I launched the sim this morning, there was a very, very small update. It was that fast, I didn't even see what it was. So I don't know if Azobo have started to bring out the AirAx cycle updates on the correct days, because they were always a few days behind, weren't they? So if anyone's able to verify that, that'd be great. But yeah, otherwise you do need a Navigraph subscription to update that AirAx cycle. And you need to update it because it changes every month, and remember, this affects the whole globe. So waypoints might change, runway configurations might change, or designations depending on the polar drift, etc. SIDs might change, stars might change. They change very, very little over time, but for instance, I think in the latest AirAx cycle update, I'm guessing Doncaster Sheffield Airport is now no longer there. I've not checked it, but there you go. Felix's longest drive in one go was Perth Adelaide, and four-wheel drive truck with rock solid suspension. How long did that take, Phoenix? Oh, Manic Mime at Bacon Siding, that sounds awesome. Robert says Bristol is very foggy. Who thought putting an airport up on a hill was a great idea? Robert, probably the same people who built Leeds Bradford. Desmond Nico, good afternoon to you. He says, Diga, good afternoon, and thanks a lot for your beautiful video and tutorials. It's just updated the sim and will be nice from you which kind of settings and sensitivities I have on the Thrust Master. I have a video on those, Desmond, so you can go and check that out if you wish. JD says 1,300 miles from Sunderland to a small town in Poland with a 1-year-old and a very agitated wife. Oh, JD, a 1-year-old, why would you do that to yourself? We now fly there from Gdansk and drive much better. Sure, no worries, mate. Microsoft Flight Sim will update itself. When it will update, I'm not entirely sure. But as I say, I got a very small update in the sim this morning. But because I use Navigraph and update it manually through that, I don't know if the sim has got it. I'd need one of you guys who's perhaps not got a Navigraph subscription to see if that has been done. That looks quite nice, doesn't it? Should probably start looking at some of them no times for the arrival, though I do need some food, I think. Eastbird says sometimes the short drives can feel much longer depending on who you're with. All my drives are long with the kids in the back. Dino World Pets DPD have just delivered his Thrustmaster Ruddle pedals, the cheaper ones. I'm looking forward to getting them set up and trying them out later. They make a world of difference for crosswind landings, absolutely they do. Also quite nice and realistic, of course, for holding that centre line on departures as well, so that's great. Simon, this is brilliant. Simon says his husband is going to have to supervise the school coach trip to mainland Europe next year, for a week. He's going to be on Microsoft Flight Sim guilt-free. Simon, what you need to do is you need to book in your annual leave now. How annoyed would it be if you booked in your annual leave whilst he was away? Yeah, awesome. Well, that's kind of like the thing, isn't it? So, for the last couple of nights, my wife has been working 12-hour nights. So I get the kids in bed, and I'm laid guilt-free watching telly. Sadly, I would stream, but sometimes by the time I've got all the kids in bed, it can be, on my own, it can be 8 o'clock, 8:15. By the time I've then come down and started thinking about setting up a stream and things, it's just too late. Afnan, how much flight time is left? If you look at the top of the screen, hopefully, if it's working, it should tell you. Or, actually, what we could do, I forgot about this, what we could do is, we could have a look at our screen. So, let's see, outside air temperature, 36,000 feet, we've got a heading, distance to destination is 911 miles, and 2 hours and 3 minutes is that estimated. Do you know what, this is really nice. Can we press any of these? Refreshments, progress, my trip. I think this is quite... What does the... I can't see the overlay, of course, in the stream. How long does it say? What's the ETA on that? Is that about 2 hours, 2 minutes? I think this is quite a neat thing to add in. I reckon the Fenix should do something like this. Although, to be honest, having a low-cost carriers have got this in there. It says 1329, which would be what? What's in now? 1146, 1246. They're not that far off then, are they? This one is that perhaps a little shorter? Barry says he never usually starts the sim before 10 PM. Wow. Afnan, not in 30 minutes. No, mate. No. 2 hours and 2 minutes before we land. Remember, the time on the overlay is Zulu time. But good to see you, Afnan. Thank you for being with us this morning. Michael Stone as well. My apologies, I haven't had subscribing on YouTube. He may not be here anymore, but thank you anyway if you are. And Dom Cali 11 as well on Twitch. For those of you that do fly regularly, or even if you don't fly regularly, when you're flying, do you find that if you've got the window seat, which we all strive to do, don't lie, I bet, who here prefers the aisle? No one's going to put their hand up for that, surely. So yeah, if you've got the window seat, who here gets really excited when the aircraft banks in their direction because you get a great view, almost vertically down, of what's beneath you. Mark says he has to pop out for 30 minutes or so. See you soon. We'll still be here, Mark. Flora, nope. Pack, wing, window always. Abbas, wing view, absolutely, yeah. I didn't think anyone was going to admit to preferring the aisle seat. If you have enjoyed the flight so far, guys, please do consider hitting that like button. It's the best way to help other people find the channel by hitting that like button. And as we're slowly edging towards 30,000 subscribers, then really appreciate everyone that's already gone ahead and done that. So thank you so much. Florence says, I actually like when the front of the plane is lower than my seat, so you always sit near the rear. That's an interesting idea. It's also bumpier, which he likes. Is that to help you drift off to sleep? Pack the One says, yeah, he likes it when the aircraft banks, particularly on the approach, because you've got low terrain. Yeah, you can see things better as well, obviously, can't you? Mark says it's a fight between him and his lad who gets the window seat. I know, how annoying is it when you have children, you have to give them the seat. Look at the terrain down there. So see how obviously it's, you can see how it's a little bit more mountainous down here. And that is the place where the sim has popped in the clouds. That of course happens in real life, where you get that relief rainfall. The moist air gets pushed up over the clouds, over the hills. It condenses, forms clouds, and then rains at the other side. That's pretty much what happens here in Yorkshire with the Pennines. Robert, out of interest, what got me started or interested in streaming? Like all great things in life, Robert, it was a complete accident. Mitov, what are you using for the stream layout and data from the sim? So if you're talking about that overlay at the top, that's from oh god, what is it? What's it from? Flight Life Studio. That's it. I couldn't think of the word. Just then. So Robert, what got me interested in streaming? I never was interested in streaming. Basically Microsoft Flight Simulator came out, didn't it? And I was part of lots of forums and groups on Facebook and those kind of things. And when it came out, the default Airbus A320, which we look at now and think, oh god, it's rubbish. Well, actually, it really wasn't. You couldn't just jump into that A320 and fly. You still had to set up the box. It was primitive, but you had to set it up. The auto thrust, of course, worked like an Airbus does, so there was so many people who purchased Microsoft Flight Simulator because it was aimed at gamers as well, not just pilots or virtual pilots. It was aimed at gamers, and they had no clue how to fly an Airbus. But fair play to them, why would they? So you want to just jump in and fly a commercial airliner like the A320 Neo. Now also a lot of players who perhaps did know what they were doing from other flight sims, FSX, etc., they were used to flying Boeings, because when Microsoft Flight Simulator came out for the first time, there was no 737. I think this was the first flight sim that came out with no 737 included. So suddenly, if you wanted to fly a short, medium haul airliner, you'd only got the A320 Neo, which was fine. But all I saw was swaths of complaints, issues that people were having on the Facebook forums and groups, basically trashing Microsoft Flight Simulator and the Airbus, saying it doesn't work, auto thrust doesn't work, I take off, I get master caution alarms, why can't I do this, why can't I do that? And I just want to help everyone and say, oh no, in order to do this, you need to do that. Auto thrust doesn't work like that on the Airbus like it does in in the Boeing, etc. And I found myself just spending hours of my day responding to people on the groups, and so I thought, you know what, I'm just going to record a few very, very basic, very simple tutorials to try and assist. That way, instead of having to type big long essays, well, a video, if a picture paints 1,000 words, then a video paints 1,000,000, doesn't it? So instead, if anyone got a problem, I could just say, like, there's a link, just watch that, and it'll explain it all to you. And that's what I did. And, you know, it was that perfect combination of everyone locked down at COVID, people wanting to learn how to fly a new airliner that they weren't familiar with, gamers finding Microsoft Flight Simulator for the very first time, and it kind of spiraled from there. To be honest, Robert, that's how it came about. And then we started doing real ops flights, you know, taking it to sort of the next level of detail, making it as realistic as possible. So obviously not so much in the A310, but when we're doing the Fenix A320 flights, or even the fly-by-wire 320 flights, we can do them with full standard operating procedures in the mix, and you know, as would be done in the real worlds. So that was 2 years ago, and here we are now. The Mr. Rubu on Twitch, thank you so much for the follow. And is that Van Lake? I honestly wouldn't know. This is not my area of the world, but if I'll believe you, Robbo, if that's the case. I think I prefer that side as well of the aircraft. It did look beautiful, that, didn't it? Eastbird's fly-by-wire saved the day for us. It did, but then when fly-by-wire came out, that just made the A320 even more complicated because it was more realistic. So then people were complaining that wasn't working. So let's do a few more tutorials and let's help people out with that. And yeah, there you go. So Lazarus says natural growth is the best kind. You end up with loyal viewers that really enjoy the content and are not just being directed from another channel. Well, Lazarus, that is pretty much, I think we can all agree, exactly what's happened. You guys have made this community. You guys have built this channel, and you know, after sort of 2 years or so, I probably speak to you guys. In fact, this is no. This is no exaggeration. I've probably spoken more to you guys in the last sort of 72 hours than I have my own wife. So it's it's crazy the way the channel took off. It's wonderful, and it's the kind of community where you know everyone's happy and willing to help, have a laugh, have a bit of banter, learn at the same time, and yeah, what better way for me to be able to spend a day. I just wish I could do this full time. Hashtag 567, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Eastbird says that's insane terrain. Hope more mesh will be released soon. It does, it looks phenomenal, doesn't it, down there? The clouds have really started to clear out. Actually, I think I prefer that. I think I prefer the other view. If you sat on the right hand side of the aircraft today, you're getting an absolutely cracking view, although that doesn't look too well, that doesn't look too awful either, does it, to be honest? In fact, that also looks pretty good. Mark says that's not always a bad thing. Well, you mean speaking to you more than my wife? Yeah, well, Dave Hudson, hey Dave, says he remembers the first video he watched, and it was the default A320, how to load it into the flight to practice approaches, and you've been hooked ever since. I can remember that video. That's, oh wow, that really is going back many years, isn't it? Well, 2 years. Yeah. I'm not even sure I can recall how to do that. You set up the approach, didn't you? But you didn't set up the landing or something like that on the map screen. Well, we now have FSI panel that does everything for us and more accurately, which is great. Anthony S says you're my favourite aviation YouTuber. Oh, Anthony, thank you. That's really kind of you. Barry Barton says, for me, your stream got me over a dip in sim flying. Used to fly the realistic Dash 8 all the time in FSX and was not impressed with Microsoft Flight Simulator, so stopped for a while until he saw the streams. Barry, that's great that we've got you back involved. And Barry, have you heard the news? I thought about you, Barry, when this news broke. So they have confirmed, Majestic, that they are working on the Dash 8 for Microsoft Flight Simulator. That's all I know. They're working on the Dash 8 for Microsoft Flight Simulator. They'll continue to update stuff for P3D as well. Can't recall if they mentioned anything with X-Plane or whether they've done anything with X-Plane in the past. But yeah, when I heard that news that the Dash 8 was coming to Microsoft Flight Sim, I thought, oh, I know someone who's going to be over the moon with that. Mark, you've got to nip out. Received his orders this morning and got to get a bit more Christmas shopping done over lunchtime. Oh, we've all been there, Mark. Although I have to say, hats off to my wife. She takes care of birthday presents, Christmas presents, cards, anything like that. I haven't had to lift a finger since I moved in with her years ago. So my wife's amazing at that. Bravo 632 says, hi all, watching your streams. He flies EasyJet fly-by-wire Edinburgh to Faro. Oh, that is a great flight, and Faro is just a nice landing as well. Good default scenery too, to be honest. Mark says, back in an hour. We'll still be here. And Chalky Chalk says, hi there, thanks for the video on FSI panel. It's such a good tool for practicing approaches. I like it, Chalky. And did you know as well, you may have seen the video, that the Airbus A310 also now works with the FSI panel. So that's useful, particularly if you're new to the aircraft and want to just practice a few things. Eastwood says, keep posting your Japan pictures in the Discord, Barry. Barry's gone. Barry's on Google. He's looking for his Majestic Dash 8 news for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Oh, where are we? How long have we been flying? See, I can't work this timer out. So, that's our pushback. Haven't just got a normal... Don't appear to have just a normal chrono. Chalky, flying the Phoenix at the moment, just a quick hop from somewhere to somewhere. Sorry, Chalky, my USA ICO codes, unless they're the major ones, I'm useless at. Although KPDX, I do recognise that. So Barry, they've confirmed it in September, but they've been silent since. Oh, I thought I read something quite recently about it, Barry, only a couple of days ago. He now flies fly JSIM Dash 8 in X-Plane 12. Fair enough. Dark Fury says, when we're going back to St. Martin, we need someone to land in the sea again. Who was that? Eastbird says, ask Dark. Ask J-Hog. Who was that? I don't... Are they still around? I honestly... I can remember the stream, and I can remember the guy just ending up in the Atlantic. It makes me laugh now just thinking about it. You'd have to find the stream, Dark, and pin it, and pop it into the chat, and people can go and check that out. Wasn't you, was it, Dark? We've seen your over-eagerness to get to the terminal before everybody else. Right, LTTA. Where's where's that? Salah5187, hello on Twitch. Why is that not working? How do we update this then? What am I missing? Alright guys, anyone know why this isn't working? It is LTTA, isn't it? Yeah. Why is that not working? Hey Neil Brock, good to see you. Well, that's frustrating. Can I not look up any more weather? Joseph Ketcher says, up until a couple of months ago, I used to watch all of your videos and streams, but in September started the EasyJet MPL and ground school. So it's really limited how much you can watch. Well, Joseph, no need to apologise there, mate. That is fantastic news. Good luck with everything. Hope it works out for you. Hey, Neil Brock. Scottish Captain, how do you put the game onto Twitch? The Twitch stream? You just stream it like any other game, OBS or Streamlabs, something like that. Kivo asks as well, how is the A310? You avoided it waiting for patches, seems to run well now though. Kivo, it does, seems to run very well, although I think if anyone could tell me how on earth to get the I just want to get the weather for LTTA and it's not letting me. I can see the updated METAR for our arrival airport. Broken 400 feet. What does the what does the documentation say about low vis? See if we can find it. There's a heck of a lot of charts here, not one of them mentions low vis. Taxi routes, pushback procedures. What was the visibility? Well, visibility is absolutely fine, so it's just broken 400. It's going to be Cat 1. Barry says, oh right, there was a recent article on FSLTL about Majestic Dash 8 for the Maxwell flights, but they were late to the party since the confirmation given Majestic back in September. Oh, fair enough. If we have a look at the progress page, says we should get in at how far we've got to go? 639 miles. Have we not got a? Have we not got a planned time to get there? We've got a distance, but. We'll scroll all the way down, that'll tell us. $13.48, which is about an hour and 40 minutes, isn't it? You says you can press the fuel prediction page. I'd love to, but there isn't one in the A310. Oh, unless they put it in here. Oh, there you go. 1347. Thank you, Ewan. Oh, sorry, Ian McEwen. Ian, thank you. Yeah, the fuel prediction page is its own button now, isn't it, in the 320? In fact, it's that blank one just there. Eastbird says, Gav got me started with VATSIM about 2 years back. Didn't own a PC, but when I watched the stream, dished out 2.5k for a new PC. So with Microsoft Flight Sim, Eastbirds, that's... I feel like I'm responsible for you spending lots of money. Never regretted it though, that's good to know. Tyson is sleepless at 508 local time. Good morning to you, Tyson. Whereabouts in the world are you, Tyson? Obviously, you're, what, 6-7 hours behind us? Where's that put you? Is that the west coast of the USA? Eastbirds, do you gamble this much in real life? I hope not. Oh, Tyson, you're in the Colorado mountains. That sounds idyllic. Bora, good afternoon to you as well. From Turkey. Nice. In fact, aren't we flying over Turkey at the minute? Quick check. We're direct to Gelsu. There we are. Gelsu. And Tyson is minus 13 degrees C at the moment. Ouch. Eastbirds, if you win, it's not gambling, it's investing. Well, we could all do that. Right, I wonder if we can just save a bit more fuel and get up a couple thousand feet more. We're at 3.6. Don't really want to go to 3.8. It's only 400 below the maximum then. If you can stay within 1,000, then you're good. Anthony, can this plane auto land? You're waiting for just flights FX traffic and because the Microsoft flights traffic still isn't perfect. Oh, Anthony, it's not. Are you using FSLTL, Anthony? That really is good. I quite like the default view on the cockpit for this aircraft because it feels, when you're coming into land, it doesn't feel like you're looking down. I do feel like both fly-by-wire and Phoenix, you're up here and on approach it just looks like you're nose diving in. It's not so much on the A310. Tyson has snowed 48 hours ago there in the Colorado mountains, still frozen on the ground. Ouch. Eastbirds, no, you only gamble here. You once gambled in a casino in Paris and you lost. Easy jet points are easier to win. All it needs now is charts on the tablet, doesn't it? That would be neat. One thing you can't do in real life is look outside the aircraft. Felix going to have to make an early exit for the flight. No problem, mate. I know it must be very late where you are. Felix, great to have you on board again today. Thanks, thanks for being with us. Anthony says he is using FSLTL traffic. Don't know if he's doing something wrong because it doesn't work very nice with FS HUD, but when you use it with stock ATC, it works flawlessly. I think FS HUD was meant to work with. It was meant to work with it, wasn't it? I don't use them both together, so I can't claim to know how to help you with that, I'm afraid. Now, one of the things I want to look at, the approach isn't too bad, but I do want to work out where the hell we go when we've landed. So our runway for landing is 35 right, I think. This is a massive airport. 34 left, 34 right, 35 left, 35 right, and over here we've got runway 36. Planes and stuff, hello, good afternoon. So 35 right, looks like we're going to vacate Charlie 8, 9, 10. Pilots respond low power zones to the following taxiways. The idea would be then, there's a taxi routing. I'm just going to go and plump it somewhere at the main terminal when we land. So these are the taxi routings. So we want the arrival to Bravo 35 right. Okay, looks like we're going to, well, we'll go here then. To Tango 7819. Low power zones. So it looks like we're coming into one of the stands here at Echo Foxtrot or the Delta stands. That's fine. I like to plan where we're going, unless ATC come on and give us something different. So we'll look to take Tango 9, I think it was. Tango 9 from intersection north, east to south. Don't think that affects us. But yeah, what an absolutely massive airport this is. I could take us all to the VIP terminal. Yeah, so that'll be the plan. Vacate at 8, 9 or 10. And take November. Oh, hang on, which chart's this? Taxi arrival runway 35 right continued. Oh right, that's if they're going down there. We're not going down there. So I can unpin that chart, we don't need that one. So down Charlie, November 5, and in. It's like working backwards a little bit, but I knew the taxi route wasn't just straightforward, so I thought best look at that. The arrival we're doing is planned to be the Urson 2 Alpha arrival. So I'll scribble some things down about that. So when we start to get down, we'll go flight level 270. We want to be below flight level 270 when we get there. Level off 11,000, then 7,000. That is one heck of a routing in. There's a good chance if we can sneak in with no ATC or anything like that, we might be able to just cross and get a bit more of a direct there. So the main thing is we want to be between 5,000 and 7,000 feet at Sadik. Right, let's look at some other information whilst we've got the charts up. 12,000 feet is our transition altitude. The platform altitude for the approach is 4,000 feet. That's also mandatory altitude as well at Gapti. MSA is 3,500, and we're still working on Cat 1 runway visual range. It's about 550 metres according to what we've got reported, so it's going to be 510. ILS identifier is India uniform. Charlie Echo. Airfield elevations 310. Missed approach straight out. 3,000 feet. Buttocks and then enter the hold. Just check out what this says. ATC will clear the aircraft to the approach procedure before the initial approach fix. Runway 35 right. As soon as such instructions received, aircraft shall completely follow the procedure, including the PE are now transition for runway 35 right. Aircraft unable to conform to speed restriction shall follow ATC. Do not engage ILS before localizer intercept point at Gapti. Okay. So, don't capture the ILS out here then. Descent on the glide path below 4,000 feet not permitted until passing Flugo. So, mandatory 4,000 until passing Flugo. Fine. Simultaneous approach authorised with runway 34 left. Yeah, so that's kind of why it's important, because of all the simultaneous approaches. You don't want parts doing anything unexpected. Glide slopes normal 3 degrees. How wide's the runway? God, this is one of the biggest charts ever. 35 right, 35 right. It's a 60 metre runway, 3 degrees. Nice big runway as well. So we've got no ATC. If we have no ATC, we're going to vacate on to Charlie. November 5. Tango 9. And then into and then into the northeast gate. Right, got all the information we require. We'll look at doing a brief a little bit later on. Let's check out any NOTAMs then that we've got. Now we know where we're going, what we're doing, and what we're planning. Jens Anderson, how did I get LTFM Airport? So I'm using the freeware mod from flightsim.to for that. Hey Mark, good to see you back. Christian, you're back. Needed to do a grocery run. The dog's food was out. Oh dear. Eat birds. I prefer cat food. It's easier to digest. Aaron's Lord, good afternoon, mate. I hope you're well. Right, NOTAMs. 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 Where are you? That's our departure airport. Istanbul. Okay. See if there's anything that actually affects us. Cranes on our runway, that's fine. Not going to affect us. Tango 8 is closed. We're not taking Tango 8, are we? No, taking Tango 9. Don't even know where Tango 8 is. Aircraft stands, which ones are closed? Let's have a look. None that we're using. That's it. Other than that, all is good. Oh, that actually wasn't as bad as I expected. I expected the NOTAMs for I expected the NOTAMs for this airport to just be absolutely huge. Thankfully, it was nowhere near as bad as I was expecting. Let's just do a fuel check then as we pass whatever waypoint that is, can't tell. The one before Nen. Bring our flight plan back in. Can't remember how much fuel extra we've got. What did we take? 21.1, didn't we? $2.7 extra overall. So, where's Elm then? Ah, so we've just passed this. We should have about 12.7 tons overall. What we got? We've got 12.9. Perfect. Perfect. Aaron says you sent me a message on Discord. Aaron, I've not seen those. Are you sure? I'll have a quick look. Let me see. Oh, Aaron, I now know why I've not got them. Discord's changed the way it's done it. It's changed it to message requests, hasn't it? Rather than it just popping up. Alright, Aaron, now I know that's there. I will take time to read that later today if I get a chance. Thanks, Aaron. Wookie Pilot, good afternoon. Jens Anderson, thank you for following on, or rather subscribing on YouTube as well. Right, all's going well. Weather in Istanbul is still tipped to be good. Got the information I need off the charts. Still planning runway 35 right. Arrival looks good, straightforward, nothing daft. Taxi doesn't look too bad as well. With that, I am going to have to go to the galley and get some food. I'm starving. I skipped out on breakfast. It's now 12:30 here local time, and I'm going to pass out by the time we land. We will be landing in around an hour and 20 minutes, I think, something like that. So yeah, not too far away. I'm going to leave you with which view would you like? Would you like the pilot's view? Would you like a wing view? I'm going to open it up to the vote. Let me know what you want. So we've got the front cockpit view. We've got left side of the plane. That's the right side. We've got the right side of the plane. We've got the left side of the plane. Or we have got the external left or the external right. You guys tell me which one you fancy. I'm going to go and grab some food for 10-15 minutes. Good time as well for you guys to go and get a cup of tea. I might have to make a fresh one. Christian wants the galley view. Well, you joke, but what I could do is I could just give you the seat in front view, and you can see how long you've got left to go. Hour and 21 minutes, look. Mark wants the toilet view. you can get that yourself. Pack says the wing front with the engines. Lorry wants the exit external right. Yeah, not a bad view, that is it? Not a bad view at all. Okay guys, I'm going to get some food and I'm going to leave you with that. Please hit that like button if you haven't done so already. I'll be back in about 20 minutes time. Thanks so much for the support. See you all in a little bit. Hey guys, so back with you. Let's get back in that flight and check everything's behaving. All looks good. Hey Triple, thank you for the follow on Twitch. There are some great views, aren't there, in this part of the world. So let's see, what's our trusty screen say with regards to our time? 56 minutes until we're going to be arriving. Well, if that is indeed the case, then we're going to start setting up and do some briefings. So let's go through the box, set that up, and then we can sit back and relax for a little bit before we go. So the flight plan, I've been through it, but let's just check the coding. So our approach starts at Ersan, and then we're just on the countdown 20, 21, 20, or the count up even 20, 21, 22, 23, 4, 5, 6, and then 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, that's all the way up to Sadik. Let's see how that goes. That's fine. Where's Sadik? There it is. That looks good. Then after Sadik, check the coding for the final part of the approach, which is Sadik. Hey Drax! Ah, Bastion, yeah, how annoying is that? 777, hello! Good to see us, Mark. Hey Nick. Yeah, I just had to reset Streamlabs. Kind of weird that it did that. Imagine if it had done that whilst I've been away. I hadn't even thought of that happening. Anyway, as we were. So, we want to be 4,000 feet, Frugo, that's coded in. Speed's 156, yeah, that's fine as well. So, all as it should be. Let's check the progress page. Let's update this. LTF. What are we on? 3-5 right for the landing, isn't it? So many runways at this airport. 239 miles to go. Well, do we have a fixes page? Oh. Okay, maybe we don't have a fixes page. Okay, well, progress page is all set up. Let's do our approach settings. So the MDA for the approaches we've already gone through is 510. Let's put it in the right field, shall we? copy the active flight plan. We have to clear the secondary flight plan at the moment. Secondary flight plan's been cleared. Copy the active. There we go. Top of descent's now showing a little over 80 miles away. It's probably about 100, 110, 120 miles before we go. I think everything then is all set up. Let's get the latest weather. Surely that's not the latest weather. Can we update that? 1250 Zulu. Well, that is the latest weather. That's fine. Right. Visibility is good. Broken 400 feet. Broken 2,200. 13 degrees. QNH is 1017. No significant changes. Runway 35 right. Looks like it's just the default wind then for runway 35 right. There's no nothing different. So wind is 060 at 15 knots. Ooh, that's a nice little crosswind. That could be fun to see. Now here's the question: do we enter that into this page? We've got a wind correction there. Right, okie dokies. Let's see if we can see if we can pop in the headwind component. I'm going to cheat. I'm just going to use Google for headwind component calculator. This'll do. So runway heading is 354. Wind direction is 060 and the wind speed is 15 knots. So the headwind component is 6. Crosswind from the right is 13.7. Wish the EFB had this. So the wind correction is going to be, say, let's call it 7. Let's be conservative. There we are. So I think we've got everything set up there. Don't think we've missed anything. Estimated to land with just under 8 tons of fuel. That's fine. Let's do an arrival brief. So the weather we've just been looking at, of course, we've got a nice crosswind landing coming in. Few clouds, broken clouds 400 feet, so that might get in the way. Visibility is good though, so hopefully we'll be absolutely fine. Might just be late seeing that runway, but above our minimum descent altitudes. Still going to be Cat 1. Aircraft is Type A320 and still fully serviceable. We haven't broken anything. No times that affect us on our arrival today. Threats to be aware of. Let's have a quick look. So we've got terrain is obviously to the south of us really, but the arrival brings us in nice and clear of all of that. Nothing going to be getting in our way really. That terrain's a long way away, to be fair. Just on the descent, we just need to be careful we don't drop too low too soon. MSA around the airport is 3,500 feet, so that's nice and high. Happy with that. We're expecting the Ursen 2 Alpha arrival, runway 35 right. Speed constraints, if we've got no VATSIM ATC, we may just disregard the speed constraints and hold 250 knots until we get to static. Then I'll start to slow us down. Otherwise it's going to be a long old slog in there, isn't it? We are going to use auto brake low. It's a very long runway. In fact, it's an exceedingly long runway. It's 4,100 kilometers, so we've got plenty of time like in front of us to stop on. We're going to look to vacate to Charlie 8, Charlie 9, Charlie 10, and then we'll taxi down via Charlie, November 5, Tango 9 into the northeast gate. Quick look at the go around, climb out straight 1000 to Laddox, then a left hand turn to 354. Max speed is 230 knots, clean speed is 243, so we'd have to do the go around procedure with flaps 1 configuration. I think that is everything. Job's done. Top of descent is in around 70 miles. Oh, right. Is my cup of tea still warm?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence our service of all drinks and alcoholic beverages. Please assist us by ensuring your tray tables are down and that the aisles are kept clear of bags. Our drinks menu can be found in the pocket in front of you. We serve a variety of local and international coffee, tea, beer, wine, and spirits. Please note that alcoholic drinks will not be served to those under 18 years of age. We accept payments in cash or credit and debit cards. Thank you for your support of this channel.
What I might do as well, because we obviously don't have auto trim on the A310, just to get a feel of how the aircraft is handling with that crosswind, I might knock off that autopilot a little sooner than normal, so I can get it trimmed out and get a feel for how it's handling the crosswind as well. Draxler A310s around still today? Yeah, absolutely. As the Al Valid has said, most of them in Iran Air, Mahan Air. There are a few cargo conversions around as well, but for passengers, yeah, Iran Air and Mahan Air are the two main carriers, and there's not too many. I think we asked this question on stream not so long ago, didn't we? And did we say that there's about, was it 19 aircraft still left flying? Panos, you've redeemed from the Streamlabs website. Select next destination, we didn't show up. Bear with me, Panos. I will sort that out for you. We'll just double check things. Some of these show up, some of them don't. I need to go through every one. Oh, Panos, yeah, no, I can see that. So, Panos, where would you like us to fly to, my friend? I forgot this was on the menu, so if you are wanting to select a destination, then you can of course use your points to purchase that. So, Panos, where would you like us to? Where would you like to go to? Definitely cloudy if you sat on the right hand side of the aircraft, isn't it? Left hand side looks rather beautiful. Panos, you want to do a flight to Palma de Mallorca? No problem, Panos. We will get that sorted for you. So one of our future flights then, thanks to Panos redeeming that with his easy points, we're going to get a flight to Palma in the next couple of weeks or so. Great scenery coming into Palma as well, Panos. So look out for that. It can be quite a challenging approach as well if landing on, I think it's runway 06 left if memory serves, because you've got the terrain that you need to avoid and need to just perhaps configure and slow down a little earlier than normal due to that. Should be a good flight. The departure airport for that then, Panos, will all depend up on what time is available for us to do the flights. But we'll try and do a nice realistic flight as well for you. It'll be good EasyJet colours as well. That one, Panos. Holiday destination, of course. So all the football matches that kick off, is it 3 o'clock they kick off? Is it Germany's group at 3 o'clock? I'm really looking forward to watching that match because Germany have got to win, haven't they? Chalky Chalk says he's a very happy Australian today. Chalky, I'm surprised you're not a very tired Australian today, given the amount of partying they were doing at, what was it like 3 a.m. your local time? It's incredible. So, yeah, it's amazing that Australia have done what they've done, and fair play to them. Great stuff. Chalky says he may or may not have taken the day off work. Definitely don't blame him. Alvin says Germany is at 8 o'clock France time, Belgium is at 4 p.m. That's local time. Is it 4? Give us Zulu times, Alphanese. I need to double check that. Because don't Belgium have to win as well? Belgium are in trouble. They won their first match though, didn't they, against Canada, which I thought they were very, very lucky. I thought the Canadians did exceedingly well. Alphanese, thank you. So that's the 3 o'clock kickoff. I'm not going to be around tonight for the evening kickoff. I'm good today. I thought Germany was the afternoon one. It's not. It's the evening kickoff. So, well, that's annoying. Nevertheless, I'll keep reading about it, I'm sure, while I'm out. Terrain radar working in this. We should have, I'm sure. To get that, however, do we have to turn off the weather radar to get terrain? Do we have terrain radar? What? TCAS? Well, that should be set to TARA, so that's my fault. We're probably too high to pick it up anyway. Let's get the weather radar back on. The weather's not too bad, we can look out the window and see the terrain. Mind you, the same could be said for the weather. So as we brief, we're going to start and head down flight level 270 to begin with. Pop the constraints in. We're just coming up on that top of descent marker now. We've got no ATC controlling us, so we're free to begin that descent. It's flight level 270. Head down, continue on the profile. So there we go, 270 blue. And we've got that profile descent in blue armed. I should just start to take it down now. There we go. James, is there any way you can enter the pressure per page to, yeah, so like the US altimeter 29.7 rather than hectopascals? Is there an option in the settings page to change your units? Are you talking about the A310 or the Fenix? The Fenix, of course, there. That's what you want. So units, you've either got kilograms, hectopascals, etc. For flying in Europe. The USA is pounds, feet, inches of mercury or whatever. Right, down we go. This is it. We are on the descent. We have been live for 3.5 hours. Now we're in the top of descent, heading down, ready for our approach into Istanbul. Chucky, you've just bought a Ryzen 7 5800X 3D. And Mark's just bought the same one but not 3D version. I'm really wet behind the ears when it comes to this stuff. So 3D version, not 3D version. I've got visions of Chalky's being really thick and Mark's being really thin and flat. Is that not not what it means by 3D? Mark, channel member Mark, is back just in time. Yeah, literally just in time. We're on our way down. Centre tanks are now feeding. Could be a really nice approach this into Istanbul. Don't think we've ever done Istanbul before in the stream, so new aircraft, new airport. Choker says it. Oh, okay. So the 3D version has just a little bit more cache than the Sim seems to love. Yeah, I can imagine that. Sim loves caching stuff. So what was our VAP speeds? VAP's 143. Follow the charts all the way down. We could actually continue, get ourselves on flight 150, couldn't we? Do you know what? I'm going to cut the corner. I'm going to get rid of 212223. Let's get down to 150. So flight 150, we'll transition altitudes 12,000. I'll go to the flight plan page here, and we're going to just go, we're going to cut 212223. So clear those out. Clear 212223. Join the dots. Now, it might just take a moment for VDev to sort itself out. Nick Burrows is buying champagne for everyone. Thank you, Nick. I'll not have any. Yeah, there we go. VDEV sorted itself out. Look, we're back. Profile's back in. Chalky, do I run the Fenix on balanced or buoyancy? I have it on balanced. Yeah. I think that works well. That's the first time I've looked out the window on this stream and seen it starting to look green. It's amazing how the sim changes stuff. That just looks so good. The weather ahead of us actually looks really nice. I know we've got some low clouds on approach, but looks okay to me. So that's in the icing range, but we're not through the clouds, so we can ignore that. Right, let's just go to the approach page, the checklist page, and that's the checklist that we're next running. Not yet though. Nick's Nick's buying champagne and he's gambling at the same time. Alphanese, have I installed any LTFM scenery? Yes, we've got the freeware version available from flightsim.to, which on the screenshots looks absolutely amazing. Right, once again, just to help us out a little bit, I'm going to cut a corner. We are going to go direct, we're going to clear out 31, 32, 33, etc. and we're just going to go direct to Sadik. There's no other traffic around, so we can do that. We're not going to be getting in everybody's way, so let's clear that, clear that, clear that, clear that, clear that, clear that. Look at all the weather to the west. So one other thing we need to do, of course, for this aircraft, we need to tune in the ILS frequency, which is 10955. Sadic's about 45 miles away. Let's get the aircraft down to, I'm going to go 6,000, which is bang between those constraints. Gives us time to slow down as well. So I'm going to set altitude 6,000, and because of that, I'm going to set the local pressure, which is 1017. See, going back to the USA and Europe, this is quite nice. It's got millibars and inches, both on the same display, so that's quite handy. Don't know if there is anybody in the chat local to Istanbul, but you might recognise some of the places. I certainly don't. I think now it's starting to think about 15,000 feet. Let's get passengers buckled in. So throw the seatbelt signs on. And we'll run the approach checklist as well now. So the signs are on, briefing is confirmed, ECAM status has been checked, altimeter is 1017, set both sides. Minimums are 510 feet and the landing elevation 300 feet set. Hey Laurie.
Ladies and gentlemen, the seatbelt sign has been turned on. Please ensure that your seatbelt is securely fastened and return to your seat immediately if you are not already seated. Extra seatbelts are provided for our passengers travelling with small children. Please ensure that they are secured safely and ask a member of the cabin crew if you require assistance. The warning will now go out of use until the seatbelt sign is turned on. While seated, please find the airline magazine in the front pocket, providing you with lots of information about the channel and the perks of becoming a channel member. Thank you.
So we've just turned on the ILS system on the primary flight display, so we've got that visible when we pick that up. What's the local time in Istanbul as well? Obviously the sun's starting to drop a little bit, isn't it? I would imagine the sun won't be far off setting. It's definitely starting to drop low. Look at the little cumulus build-ups as well. They were shown on the SIGMET chart too when we did the brief this morning. Nice to see it showing here in the sim. Looks very hazy out there on the horizon as well. Can't tell where the horizon actually is. It's that hazy. Okay, we're quite above the profile, so I'm going to throw some speed brakes out. Let's do what we can to get down. We can also help by winding up the speed. About 250 knots. That'll increase the rate of descent. Mark says it's 16:28 in Istanbul. You just asked Alexa. Good move. Right, the speed brakes can go away. Profile's looking better. Coming up on 10,000 feet, we'll get the lights on. Set speed 240, and we've got the approach phase, final approach is now activated. It doesn't ask you, does it? It doesn't ask you to confirm it. It does in the 320.
Cabin crew, about 15 minutes to landing. Cabin, thank you.
Airbussy says we'll be flying over his house in around 2 or 3 minutes. Can you, well, you'll probably be able to see it down there then somewhere, I guess. I don't think I've ever seen these colours before in the sim. Look how hazy that is. That's incredible stuff. So how well does it look, Babers? I don't know this area at all. So you tell me if you can identify certain parts of your neighbourhood just from looking at that. I mean, I'm sure you can. We've had Microsoft Flight Simulator long enough now to know just how good it is at doing things.
Ladies and gentlemen, we believe no real well planned. Please make sure you speak to your well commanders of the train in the approach system. Please turn off all electronic devices until after landing.
5,000 blue. Mark asks, Babesi, how accurate is the weather? That's a good question. Barry says you recognise parts of my neighbourhood and you don't even live there. Idiman says Prince Island's on the left. Now we can't arm the auto brake. Can we not do that until the landing gear is down on the 310? Can't recall. So remember what we said in the brief, we can not go down below 4,000 feet or intercept the ILS prior to gap D. So from here on in we fly the full approach. Istanbul traffic around 719 is inbound to Sadik for the approach runway 35 right. Pack the one, if you look behind you, there is New York. Is that... I know there are two New Yorks in the world. Is that where the other one is, Pack? I'm sure there's two New Yorks in the world, but I couldn't tell you where it is. Okay, let's start slowing the aircraft down now. Oh, bit of a stutter just there. This will be as that airport scenery is loading in, I'm guessing. We still need to be 5,000 at AFDUT, so we'll hold 5,000 now just to start to slow down. Bring it down to green dot. Okay, thank you for subscribing. Okay, can I do the right wing view? I sure can. There it is. Little boat down there, complete with a wake. Pack the one says it's just a silly joke. I'm sure there's another New York somewhere. There's obviously an old York. Christopher Shaw, good afternoon to you, sir. You join us at the end of a 3-hour flight. Three miles from after, then we're going to get down 4,000 feet. So flaps 1, or rather the slats 15. Select those. They did say there was low cloud knocking about. They weren't lying, were they, in the METAR? Let's go 4,000. Just set. Gentle descent. So 4,000 blue. Christopher, the A310 has indeed behaved, yes. And there's our airport over there. Barry Barton says America alone has 7 New Yorks. If you just Google that. Burke also says the weather looks right to him. He's local. That's exactly what we want to hear, isn't it? Exactly what we want to hear. Those that are there telling us what we've got. Okay, let's start rolling that speed back now. We'll speed 180. Then we can get flaps 2 and 3 out, as I call them. So we can go flaps 2 now. We're now inbound gap T, so let's arm the approach. Glide slope, lock blue, cat 2. And I've just hit the record button as well, so we can record the landing. So we can hold 180 knots. Gap D is what? 14 miles out. We've also got the DMU showing there. Here comes the localizer. Look. I'm going to have to concentrate on the landing, but the scenery looks like it could be really nice, so we'll check that out afterwards once we've landed. There we go, lock star. Istanbul traffic Irana 719, established runway 35, right at 12 miles. It's gone really dark as well now, hasn't it? Glide slope star, missed approach altitude 3,000 feet is set. Flaps 2030. Roll the speed back 160 and our VAP is 143. Quick wing view. We'll definitely check this out later. So check the wind out the bottom of the navigation display. We can see there is indeed a crosswind from the right. Expect that to spin round a little bit because at the moment it's from behind us. Let's get configured. So 8 miles, gear down. Spoilers armed. Let's start reducing to VAP, which is 143, and we'll get flaps full out. cancel that. We've gone flaps full and the landing gear wasn't down. Clearly an alarm that you don't get on the 320. Ah, why is the landing gear not coming down? Ah, I know why. We have to recycle it, don't we, with this thing? There we go. The hardware not doing its job. That wind's starting to come round a little bit more from our front right then as we see it. Loving the build-up of the clouds over the ocean there. So as I said, I'm probably going to disconnect the autopilot a little earlier than normal. Just so I can get a feel for this aircraft in this crosswind. This airport really is huge, isn't it? Almost like Schiphol. Hey, helicopter virtual. Right, 1,000 feet. I have control. Actually, it feels quite nicely trimmed out. I'm hardly having to do anything at the moment. Wish that wind was at the top of the displays like it is in the 320. It just gives us a bit of a better accessibility of it. Try and maintain that centre line. Keep the nose up. It just felt like it wanted to drop a bit there, but profile's looking alright. Just going to have to put some left rudder in as we come in, I think, just to decrab. Left rudder, right aileron.
100.
Auto brake is doing its job. Looked like a good firm landing. We'll check out the replay later to see how that was. More crosswind practice needed in the 310 perhaps.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at our destination. The crew will now commence preparing the aircraft for departing. And passengers, please remain in your seats with your seatbelts fastened until the captain turns off the seatbelt sign. You may now turn on your phones and electronic devices. Thank you for choosing to fly with us today, and please consider becoming a channel member to receive extra benefits on your future flights with us. Thank you, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Istanbul traffic around S719, vacated runway 355. So what did it what did it give it as then? That touchdown. $408. Oh, nice. It's okay, it's a 310, it's not a 320. You can take it. Welcome to Istanbul, guys. Can't wait to check out the landing replay. See if it was as bad as the FPM decided to give us. Do you know what, Pack the One? That is a good point. The sound, the touchdown sound, was really nice, wasn't it? Was he self-loading cargo when he gave it as a 301 feet per minute landing? How can we take that? Now, just need to check. That's Charlie. We don't want that one. We want the second left. Yeah, that's November 6. We don't want November 6. This is the one, I think. November 5. That's it. Love all the remote stands that they've got here as well. How cool is that? This is another one of those airports. I've not seen this before, but this is another one of those airports that is just unbelievable for freeware. How amazing. So we're going to look to take Tango 9. See if we can get some GSX operations working, shall we? That's Tango 3. We've got a way to go yet. Move out the way, fuel truck. Well, I hope we've provided you with a great morning's entertainment. How long have we been on air for this morning with the flight? It's been, by the time we finished, it's going to be close to 4 hours. I can't remember the last time I did a live stream that long. Is this the one we want? We want Tango 9. That's Tango 9. This one's ours. Now as we get close to the airport, we're going to really see the detail in it. Thunderstorms were reported in the area. I can understand why looking at this sky. Yeah, we're about to suck him into our engine. Great view. So, all I'm going to do is go straight ahead. We should be looking to park at one of the Echo stands if GSX has got that sorted. Guess we'll find out. Can't see what looks like any vehicles or anything like that, but never mind. HSBC get absolutely everywhere, don't they? Wow, this scenery is incredible. I nearly purchased the payware scenery for this airport before the flight this morning, but then I saw this on flightsim.to and thought, this This really does look good. It looks amazing. There we go, look, Echo 4, that's where we're going. The guy stood on top of the ladders. Roberta says Echo gates might be small for the 310. You might be right. But we'll have a go. Look at that interior. Job's a good one. Parking brake set. I'm going to leave the engines running just because I want to check out the replay. Just before I check out that replay. Oh my word. Once again, freeware modders showing just what they can do. I highly recommend, guys, you go and grab this airport. There's a DHL cargo building over there as well. It's a massive airport, and if you're going to fly there this afternoon, it looks like you're going to be in for some great weather as well, looking at that sky. So, we fit, but nobody else does. Okay, let's check out the replay then. Burke says the freeware looks better. Jeff says it's better than most payware. Yeah, indeed. So I'm just going to come off VATSIM before we launch the replay. Get that sorted now. Let's check that out then, shall we? Now, I don't know which view is going to prove best, left or right, so we'll check out both. This one looks good for the starts, though. I do like it when the roads have obviously got traffic bound to them, or however it works in the background. It just adds, again, in the immersion, just adds something. I love the flap sound in this thing. Sounds like a load of hamster wheels quickly spinning around. Oh no. Oh, crashed the desktop. How long has it been since we've had one of those? Oh, never. Oh, that's really frustrating, isn't it? Well, at least it happened in the replay and not on the live flight in. Oh, never mind, guys. Never mind. Yeah, I think that airport is so detailed. There's so much to load in. I think it needs a good cache before it before we can mess around with zipping left and right with replays and stuff like that. So I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt there. But guys, I really hope you've enjoyed our oh, it's been a long flight. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon here. Wow. Thank you so much for keeping us company for the last 4 hours. It's been a great flight, and there's just something really satisfying, isn't it, about traversing the globe for a great length of time. And then when you're greeted with scenery like that, granted we crashed the desktop in the replay, but that doesn't matter really, does it? Because we've had the main feature, and the A310 just, I think it's yeah, great aircraft. Really enjoy flying it. The views that you get from it, the sounds you get are good, and as we saw then as well, all the ILS approach, everything like that just works seamlessly, so no reason not to fly that that aircraft. So I can highly recommend as well. Flightsim.to, go and get that Istanbul scenery, but be aware, I think it may be another London Gatwick, because it is just so huge as well. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Really do appreciate all the support you guys give. If you haven't done so already, then please do hit that like button. Really do appreciate that. So thank you so much. For those of you who have donated and contributed to the channel, thank you as well for your generosity and for the support you show. And of course, EJetSim channel members, as always, a huge thanks to everything you guys do. I'll look forward to chatting with you guys in the Discord server. Enjoy the football if you're going to go ahead and watch that for the rest of this afternoon. Who will I be cheering for? well, the underdog as always, although this time the underdog might be Germany, so perhaps not. Have a great day everyone, bye bye.